Chapter 1320, Mutual Defeat. Chapter 1320, Mutual Defeat. Luo Jian, your future is really limitless. Just entering Grand Completion Grotto Profound, and you're already able to fight to this extent with this old man. It's sufficient to be proud. Wang Yugan was also secretly astonished. The height of this Luo Jian's law's comprehension seriously exceeded his expectations. If Luo Jian broke through 10 or 8 years earlier, he might really not necessarily be this Luo Jian's match. But as for now, he was overpowering strongly. Luo Jian was already forced into a dead end. His spear technique was heavy and powerful, but the speed was not slow. Luo Jian's nimbleness was greatly discounted in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Yugan's expression changed. A burst of terrifying sword intent surged towards the sky. Luo Jian's entire person seemed to be burned by fire, his skin becoming wine red. Heaven and earth mutual longevity. In virtually an instant, Luo Jian's entire person's speed and power skyrocketed over tenfold. The originally suppressed Luo Jian actually faintly took the upper hand at this time, his entire person akin to a phantom, charging over towards Wang Yugan. In a blink, the two people exchanged several hundred moves, the speed swift to the extreme. This move was just like a mutual destruction way of fighting. Yi Yuan discerned it. This move was a kind of divine essence burning move, capable of making Luo Jian's strength skyrocket more than tenfold. But this way, it would cause a tremendous burden on his body. Furthermore, with the current fighting intensity, Luo Jian could not last long. If he could not finish off Wang Yugan, then what awaited the two of them was only death. Brat, although this move is powerful, you'll croak yourself first before defeating me, Wang Yugan said with a cold sneer. Although his pressure was great, for Luo Jian to want to dispose of him within a short time, it could not be done at all. Another sword assaulted. Wang Yugan responded with a cold smile. This sword was no different from before. He did not hesitate in the slightest, directly raising his spear and striking. But just as his spear tip was about to touch the long sword, Luo Jian's sword bizarrely disappeared from before his eyes. Wang Yugan's pupils constricted, wanting to react again, but it was already too late. Poochie, poochie. Two sounds of metal entering the flesh sounded out. Wang Yugan's long sword Pares said through the chest, toting Luo Jian in the air. While Luo Jian's sword likewise Pares said through Wang Yugan's chest. Mutual destruction. Pewalk. Pewalk. The two people spewed out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Especially Luo Jian, his golden-colored fresh blood flowed down along the long spear, his appearance very tragic. The Luo Jian hanging on the long spear was already unconscious. Wang Yugan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why would that sword just now vanish strangely? But very soon, his gaze revealed a fierce look, frenziedly mustering divine essence, wanting to rotate the long spear. He wanted to grind Luo Jian's innards to pieces. But right at this time, a cold light flashed by. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped perfectly, not giving Wang Yugan the opportunity to deal the killing blow. Even though Wang Yugan was very strong, he was not yet powerful to the extent where he did not fear Yi Yuan's attack. Fine sword art. It's too bad that you're still too unskilled, Wang Yugan gave a fierce cry. There was no time to rotate the spear, directly extending a leg and kicking Luo Jian flying. This kick was powerful and heavy, directly kicking Luo Jian flying out several tens of thousands of feet away. Wang Yugan's movements were extremely agile. The long spear swung and already pointed towards Yi Yuan. In Wang Yugan's view, with his strength, even if seriously injured, killing Yi Yuan was merely the matter of a move. But right then, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Wang Yugan's gaze turned intent. Roar. A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded out. After arriving at the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan unleashed the voice of the dragon God for the first time. Accurately speaking, it should be the first time Yi Yuan exhibited the voice of the dragon God after breaking through to deity realm. In the immortal Grove world, he was able to muster the power of heavenly Tao. Killing people was just a matter of flicking a finger and did not need to use the voice of the dragon God at all. However, the Yi Yuan who broke through to deity realm unleash. Plusing the voice of the dragon God was already totally different from before. The limitation of realms made Yi Yuan completely unable to unleash the true power of this move. His dragon soul awakening directly comprehended the first level of the voice of the dragon God. But due to the limitations of realm, he could only unleash the entry-level power of this move. Furthermore, he could only persist 2 to 3 breaths of time. But now, his limitations were much fewer. This voice of the dragon God move was at the boundary of first-level grand completion. Leaping realms to battle was no object. If Wang Yuan was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not do anything to him. But now, it was just perfect. Wang Yuan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, being shocked by this move until he bled from the 7 orifices. Especially that wound, under the catalyzing of the voice of the dragon God, it enlarged abruptly, golden fresh blood spraying forth like a fountain. The battle results which Luo Jian exchanged with his life as the price, Yi Yuan could not waste it no matter what. 10 breath. This was the limit that Yi Yuan could achieve at present. Anymore and Yi Yuan would not have strength left over to escape anymore. The disparity between him and Wang Yuan was too great, and he could not kill him at all. Being able to pile on injuries on top of injuries was already the limit. In the next instant, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, grabbing Luo Jian and speeding away into the distance. Old fogey, today's grudge, this Yi has remembered it. Your dog head will dwell on your body for the time being. Yi Yuan will definitely come to take it one day. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared in Wang Yuan's line of sight, those cold words of Yi Yuan's reverberating in the air. Wang Yuan's complexion was deathly pale. He did not think that the initial stage grotto profound Yi Yuan actually had such a formidable ace in the hole. The heaven and earth laws contained in this level of sound wave attack was too terrifying. If Yi Yuan's strength was a little stronger, he would definitely have to meet his end here today. Wang Yuan knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemist, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so strong. Just based on this move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to sweep across opponents of the same level already. Even middle-stage grotto profound martial artists might not be Yi Yuan's match either. Only late-stage grotto profound powerhouses could steadily win Yi Yuan. Today's matter looked like Luo Jian saving Yi Yuan. Actually, looking from another angle, it was still Yi Yuan saving himself. If not for him helping Luo Jian to break through, even if Luo Jian exhausted all of his trump cards, he could not possibly hurt him too. That move just now was clearly a demon race's supreme martial technique. He is a human. How could he know that martial technique? Wang Yuan consumed a medicinal pill, his gaze full of wariness. His chest had a large hole torn open, looking incomparably grim. The wound that Luo Jian caused was merely the width of a sword. But Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon God forcefully ripped open a large hole in his wound. Except, even though the injuries were severe, it was not sufficient to be life-threatening. Wanting to kill a deity realm powerhouse was very difficult. 3 days later, Wang Yuan's injuries were finally brought under control. He took out a talisman and slowly opened his mouth and said, "The situation has changed, the ambush failed. Send out second elder, third elder. That child absolutely can't be left alive." Finished talking, the talisman emitted a blinding light, Vonnies. Plusing in the air. While at this time, Yi Yuan brought heavily wounded and dying Luo Jian, and already escaped several tens of thousands of miles away. Chapter 1321, Sharing Weal and Woe. Chapter 1321, Sharing Weal and Woe. At the Wang family manor, Wang Lingbo's face was filled with dark clouds. He did not expect that fourth elder personally making a move actually failed to kill Yi Yuan. About fourth elder's strength, he was all too clear. Even though Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, in front of fourth elder, it was completely not enough to look at. However, fourth elder actually failed. If he did not wait until those two people came, then forget it. But fourth elder actually turned to the family to request for help. That explained that they had definitely exchanged blows before. The result was that those two people ran away. This matter was definitely very troublesome. Otherwise, fourth elder absolutely would not turn to the family to ask for help. It was just that WNG Lingbo could not figure it out no matter what, a Luo Jian plus a Yi Yuan, on what basis to be able to make it so difficult for fourth elder. Lingbo, what are you finding the two of us old fellows for? A lean elder walked into. That was the WANG family's second elder, Wang Yutao. Behind him even followed a person. It was precisely the Wang family's third elder, Wang Yuman. These two people were similarly grand completion grotto profound experts. Their strengths were even a notch above Wang Yugan's. The moment Wang Lingbo saw the two people, he recounted Yi Yuan's affairs in haste. Uncles, if we allow this child to carry on growing, it will likely be very hard for my WNG family to have a foothold in Jewel Hill City anymore. Uncles, please take action. You must cut this boy down in the Yin Wind Den, Wang Lingbo said with a solemn expression. Hearing the sequence of events of the matter, Wang Yutao also had a solemn expression as he said, even though our Jewel Hill City is Heavenly Emperor Fufeng's territory, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's fame is too great. We can suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower and fight for the greatest benefits, but we can't really lose all decorum with them. But this Yi Yuan indeed can't be left alive. This time, it's the best time to kill him. Wang Lingbo nodded and said, I think so as well. Once he returns to Jewel Hill City, or Yang Rui learns about this matter, we'd have no way of making a move anymore. Wang Yutao said, Old third, let's go through the trouble and make a trip, and eliminate this troublesome fellow for the WNG family. I'll listen to second brother. Wang Yuman did not say much and was concise to the point. Heh, are you dead? Sit up and let me take a look if you didn't die. Seeing Luo Jian open both eyes, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan also lowered his guard towards Luo Jian. When talking, it also became much more casual. He knew that Luo Jian was already not in jeopardy. That was why he would talk like that. Currently, a month's time already said since leaving the city. In order to treat Luo Jian's injuries, Yi Yuan expended a huge price. The divine-grade healing medicinal pills that he refined were also pretty much depleted. The effects of low-grade Tier 1 healing divine pills were still a little minor on Luo Jian's wounds. Hence, Yi Yuan could only use numbers to make up for it. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was full of divine-grade medicinal pills on him. The medicinal effects were very strong. That was how it saved Luo Jian's life. If it were others, being so seriously injured, they would die without a doubt. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, looking at Yi Yuan in amazement. It was you who saved me. Yi Yuan said smilingly, are there still others here? But my injuries, Luo Jian was very clear about his injuries. When he suffered grievous injuries with Wang Yugan back then, he already harbored the resolve to die. He wanted to severely wound Wang Yugan with death as the price and create an opportunity for Yi Yuan to escape. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, between you and I shouldn't have that kind of life-and-death relations. Hi+P yet, right? You just stupidly perish together with him? Luo Jian said, I owe Tower Lord a life. He made me protect you at all costs. If I die, this life will be returned to him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, is your life so worthless? Now, you've also died earlier already, and then I've helped you return your life to him. Luo Jian choked, faintly sensing that something was not quite right, but did not know how he should refute. This time, he had indeed made a trip to and from the gates of Hel. Yi Yuan's words had no problem, it just sounded somewhat weird. Who, making a joke, don't think that much. Your injuries have just healed, you still need lots of rest. But we've already delayed a very long time. We can only grudgingly get on the road. Yi Yuan patted his shoulders and said smilingly. Yi Yuan knew that this guy was an enigma. Beating with a bamboo pole could not force anything out, very boring. But this guy was indeed loyal enough, putting his own life on the line for a favor back then. This kind of person was worth getting to know. Luo Jian frowned and said, "You saved me, then what about that Wang Yuan?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "He isn't injured lightly too. But to recover his strength, it's got to take more than half a month too. At this time, he might already be on the way to the Yin Wind Den to block us." Luo Jian's gaze turned intent, keenly catching some information from Yi Yuan's words. He knew the power of his sword. Even though powerful, it was absolutely not fatal. Resting for a few days, and it was basically able to recover already. But Yi Yuan said that he required over half a month's time to recuperate. Could it be that his sword stabbed a critical point? Or, it was caused by Yi Yuan? Thinking back, he was penetrated on the long spear. If Yi Yuan did not make a move, it was absolutely impossible to save him. Luo Jian was taken aback with fright by this judgment of his. Even if Wang Yuan was severely injured by him, he was also absolutely not what Yi Yuan could hurt. However, what was going on? An initial stage Grotto Profound was able to harm Grand Completion Grotto Profound. Luo Jian instantly felt that he was somewhat fluid turd. "Hey, thinking about what?" Yi Yuan patted the dazed Luo Jian. Luo Jian abruptly startled awake, but said, "Our mounts were already killed by Wang Yuan, how to go?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's easy. You wait here for me, I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's figure moved rapidly, Vonnies. Hi plussing in Luo Jian's vision in a blink of an eye. Around an hour's time Pares said, Luo Jian was suddenly startled. Dust was kicking up in the distance. Two powerful auras were Hi plussing over to this side. These two auras were the auras of Divine Beast. Luo Jian had long discovered that this place was adjacent to the Myriad Beast Forest. It was all too normal to have divine beasts run out. In his current state, it was impossible to deal with a divine beast. Luo Jian was just about to turn tail and run, but suddenly discovered that a demonic beast, a person was actually riding there. Yi Yuan. This guy used an hour and tamed two divine beasts. Luo Jian's alls stared like wide saucers. He did not think that the method Yi Yuan said was actually this. These were two Cloud Soul Sound rending leopard, their speed extremely swift, arriving in front of Luo Jian in a blink of an eye. One of the Cloud Soul Sound rending leopard was precisely that one that besieged Yi Yuan the last time. Only then did Luo Jian suddenly recall that Yi Yuan had once said before whatever beast taming art at the Wang family. At that back, Yi Yuan even revealed dragon pressure. This way, the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body must be exceptionally powerful. Luo Jian suddenly discovered that the secrets on Yi Yuan were seriously too many. One each. They are much more convenient to work with than the flying dragon colt. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1322, Overbearingly Blocking the Path. Chapter 1322, Overbearingly Blocking the Path. The three of you, come here. A guard-looking martial artist was shouting to the three martial artists who were about to enter the Yin Wind Den. Those three martial artists' expressions changed. The martial artist in the lead said unhappily, "What for?" The guard shouted coldly, "The three of you, put your palms on it." Humph. Who the hell are you all? You ask us to put, and we'll put? If you don't put, then we'll help you put. What a joke. The three of us brothers had entered this Yin Wind Den no less than 100 times already, and had never seen before such a rude request. Who the hell are you guys, to actually dare be so arrogant? Who we are, you all don't need to care. Just comply, that will do. Then what if we don't do it? Before long, those three people obediently put their palms on that instrument. Very soon, the instrument gave off a green light. The guard shot the three of them a cold glance and said, "Scram, if you did it long ago, wouldn't you have dispensed with physical pain?" The three people did not dare to refute, leaving angrily. At this time, over 10 people were gathered outside the Yin Wind Den, like a checkpoint was set up. All who wanted to enter the Yin Wind Den must go through that instrument's check. This group of guards was naturally the Wang family's men after changing attires. Such overbearing actions, they naturally did not dare admit that they were members of the Wang family. Second brother, is this method reliable? What if that boy sees our lineup and gets frightened away? WNG Yugan asked WNG Yutao. WNG Yutao said coolly, relax, Yumin cut off his way back. Unless he doesn't want the night twill gra. Otherwise, he definitely has to enter the yin wind den. The first time that boy did when he left seclusion was to find a land of dead spirits. This shows that this place is very important to him. He'll definitely come. WNG Yugan said, I'm worried. No idea what kind of reaction Yang Rui will have if he knows about this matter. WNG Yutao laughed coldly and said, if he's already dead, what reaction can he have? Put your heart back into your stomach. We arranged many hidden sentries along the way, and that boy got 2 Cloud Soul Sound Rending Leopard as mounts from no idea where and is already headed over here. But that kid is indeed quite troublesome. Our hidden sentries had just discovered him and were already disposed of. WNG Yugan deeply felt that way too and said, yeah, I also didn't think that not only is that kid a master of alchemy, but is also even a martial arts expert. If not for his realm being too low, I probably couldn't see second brother anymore. Thinking about it now, WNG Yugan also felt lingering fear. Luo Jian's and Yi Yuan's might greatly exceeded his imaginations. At that time, he knew that he most likely could not take care of these 2 people by himself. That was why he would seek help from the family. WANG Yutao came over very quickly and even brought the auxiliary model profound divine artifact, a spectroscope. This spectroscope was able to identify the martial artist's divine soul. As long as there was an item that the other party used before, it would do. This thing was naturally out of fear that Yi Yuan would change his looks and slip by. Behind a pile of debris, 2 people's heads were ducked down. Luo Jian's expression was solemn as he said, the WNG family laid down an inescapable net, just waiting for us to collide onto the spear tip. Didn't expect that even the spectroscope was deployed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in order to kill me, the WNG family actually brought out such a massive lineup, truly thinking highly of this Yi. Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan's indifferent expression and could not help saying gloomily, you can still smile. The hidden sentries that we disposed of along the way were already 7 or 8 of them. I reckon that they should have guessed that we've already arrived here. Speaking of this, Luo Jian was impressed by Yi Yuan to the maximum. Along the way, all of the hidden sentries were all discovered by Yi Yuan. No matter how concealed those people hid, they all could not escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. This guy was simply a freak. If not for the case, the WANG family would probably wait here in hopes that a hare would kill itself by Kras. Plussing into a tree trunk, but directly go over to encircle and suppress. It was precisely because they finished off those hidden sentries that they were able to secretly lay low in the vicinity of the Yin Wind Den. Why can't I smile? I'm really not scared of things blowing up. Since they came to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to be counter-killed by me, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Counter-kill? Are you joking? Last time was WANG Yugan not being prepared, that's how we succeeded. This time, he even called over WANG Yutao. That WANG Yutao's strength is even a notch above WANG Yugan's. Yi Yuan, we'd better return to Jewel Hill City and seek help from Tower Lord. Along the way, Luo Jian himself also did not become conscious that his words with Yi Yuan became more and more. He was still that callous Luo Jian. But facing Yi Yuan, he could not be unfeeling no matter what. The brotherhood established after sharing life and death was so miraculous. Hearing Luo Jian's words, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's too late. Moreover, returning for help now, it will definitely be what the WANG family hopes for. If my conjectures are right, the way back is long cut off by them already. Being cut off was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Yuan really could not afford to delay. Originally, there were less than 3 months' time left. Now, 1.5 months had already been used up along the way, and only a month's time was left. This to and fro, he could afford to wait, but Mu Lingxue could not. Luo Jian's expression changed, and he said, so, what then? Yi Yuan said, your injuries are not yet fully healed. Find a place to hide and wait outside for me. I'll go in alone. Absolutely not. Putting aside that you can't clear the WNG family, That hurdle, even if you clear it, the evil spirits inside are also not what you can deal with. I know that your strength is much stronger than it looks on the surface, but the evil spirits in this yin wind den are far stronger than you imagine. Luo Jian immediately rejected this suggestion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, could it be that I'll send myself to death? Rather, you believe that a traitor arose in the Myriad Treasure Tower now, right?" Luo Jian's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's words really hit the mark. Want to utilize the spectroscope? There must be an item that the person used day to day. Very clearly, if there wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower's internal staff, this spectroscope had no way to be used at all. Being able to obtain Yi Yuan's and Luo Jian's day-to-day items, this person's position in the Myriad Treasure Tower was quite high. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and said, "If I find out who it is, I'll definitely tear him limb from limb." Luo Jian was a straightforward type. Facing opponents, he could throw his life. But, if he was stabbed in the back by his own, he would really be aggrieved to the extreme. Originally, this trip could have been calm and tranquil. Who would have expected that so many unforeseen events would be added? If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead man now. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, you'll definitely have a chance. When we return to the Myriad Treasure Tower, we'll naturally have to settle this score properly. I'm going." Luo Jian raised his head and looked, his pupils involuntarily shrunk. He discovered that the flesh on Yi Yuan's face gave off a series of bizarre transformation, and he actually became another person. At the same time, Yi Yuan's entire disposition also underwent a Ma's sieve transformation, about the same as those martial artists who entered the Yin Wind Den. Chapter 1323, Spectroscope Broke. Chapter 1323, Spectroscope Broke. Luo Jian smiled bitterly and said, "It's no use. Unless you can disguise the divine soul, otherwise, even if your face-altering skill is any more powerful, it can't hide from the spectroscope too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You just watch." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered over towards the Wang family's checkpoint just like this. "Halt!" When a houseguard saw Yi Yuan come over, he immediately stopped him. Yi Yuan had a panic-stricken expression as he said, What do you all want to do?" I don't have divine essence stones on me." The houseguard glared and said, "Who wants your divine essence stones? Go over, put your hand on that instrument." Oh, that's easy. That is easy." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately running over and placing his palm on it. Amidst the rubble, Luo Jian stared at this scene unblinkingly, his heart leaping to his throat. To Luo Jian, he had never encountered an incident that made him palpitate with anxiety and fear like this before. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he revealed a look of incredulity. The spectroscope actually gave off a green light. How is this possible? Luo Jian muttered to himself, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene. He had never seen before that the spectroscope would fail. No, wait. Not failed, but made a blunder in judgment. The spectroscope emitting a green light indicated that the divine soul imprint on the item did not match, while a blue color represented the person himself. Now, the spectroscope became green color, meaning that it made an error in judgment. No wonder Yi Yuan was so confident. It turned out that he really had the ability to pass through the spectroscope's detection. When Yi Yuan pressed toward the spectroscope, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan both involuntarily looked at him. However, they did not become suspicious. Yi Yuan's performance was not much different from ordinary bottom-level martial artists. Martial artists who came to the Yin Wind Den were mostly living at the lowest rung. Otherwise, who would be willing to take part in this kind of life-risking transaction? Yi Yuan's appearance of viewing divine essence stones like his life directly dispelled their suspicions. When seeing the spectroscope become green color, they no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Yuan. A bunch of ignorant fools, to actually use such junk in front of this old man, truly overestimating its ability. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, came Dustless's disdainful cold snort. As if using this spectroscope to inspect Yi Yuan's divine soul was a very insulting thing to him. Those in the same profession were foes, These words were not false at all. Who was he, Dustless? That was the ancestor of playing with divine souls. A mere profound divine artifact was really inadequate to look at when placed before him. In front of an Empyrean spirit treasure, this spectroscope was also not much different from a child's toy. Haha, these guys also don't know that I still have a great divinity like you on me. Yi Yuan secretly showered Dustless with flattery. Dustless snorted coldly and said, such a junk, if this old man wants it to become green, it will become green, make it become blue, it will have to become blue, make it become yellow, it will still have to become yellow. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, then can Senior make it become blue in a while? Dustless said, what's difficult about this? Are you thinking of luring them in? Yi Yuan said, that's right. If didn't make the WNG family suffer a bit of a loss, they would really think that this young master is easy to knead. Dustless was also very moved by this suggestion and said, that's easy. I'll do the tampering. In the real world, Yi Yuan lightly lifted his hand away and asked the houseguard with a startled appearance, it's fine already, right? The houseguard had an impatient look and waved his hand and said, get lost then. Yi Yuan smiled fawningly and ran like flying. Seeing Yi Yuan pass through the checkpoint smoothly, Luo Jian finally let out a sigh in relief. But regarding Yi Yuan entering the Yin Wind Den alone, he was still rather worried. He did not wait at the arranged place according to Yi Yuan's instructions but waited to see in the rubble pile. Not long after Yi Yuan entered the Yin Wind Den, there was another batch of martial artists who wanted to enter the Yin Wind Den. As usual, they were naturally stopped by the WANG family. But when the first martial artist put his hand on it, a strange thing happened. Blue. It's him. That houseguard shouted loudly and was about to take action. That martial artist had a blank look, completely unaware of what was happening. This elder brother, are you all mistaken? Us 7 brothers are known as the Yin Wind 7 heroes, mucking around in the Yin Wind Den all year round. How can I possibly be the person that you're finding? That martial artist had also seen before a great spectacle. He did not attack but opened his mouth to explain unhurriedly. Yeah, this lord, us 7 brothers are also considered to have some minor fame in Jewel Hill City. Quite a few people recognize us. Are you all mistaken? Said another person among the 7 people. How can what the spectroscope detect possibly be wrong? Surrender obediently without resistance, the houseguard said. The WANG family's people already surrounded the Yin Wind 7 heroes at this time. As long as they dared to move, they would immediately make a move to destroy them. Seeing the spectroscope become blue, WANG Yutao and WANG Yugan were also greatly roused in spirits. But hearing that martial artist's explanation, he could not help becoming somewhat suspicious. The name Yin Wind 7 heroes, WANG Yutao had really heard before. These 7 people's strength, they were not weak. They were fooling around at the Yin Wind Den all year round, and even sold natural treasures to the WANG family before. The Yin Wind 7 heroes boss, Chang Liang, said carefully, this lord, let's not attack first. Perhaps, there's really something wrong with the spectroscope? The houseguard was just about to speak when WANG Yutao divided the crowd and came in. He looked at Chang Liang and said with tightly knitted brows, you're the Yin Wind 7 heroes boss, Chang Liang? The moment Chang Liang heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, precisely so. This lord, us 7 brothers examined our hearts that we have not offended your excellency before. I wonder this. WANG Yutao's brows furrowed even tighter, and he said, you put your hand on it again and try. Chang Liang knew that this one in front of him was formidable and did not dare to disobey, putting his hand on it as per his words. Green color. Chang Liang's expression loosened up, and he said with clasped hands, Your Excellency, indeed a mistake, right? WANG Yutao ignored him and said to the other 6 people, you all put your hands on it. The few people exchanged glances. Chang Liang glared and said in a low voice, still in a daze for what? Didn't hear what this lord said? The 6 people were startled and quickly put their hands on the spectroscope one by one. Yellow color, purple color, azure color, blue color, red color. Each one that put on it, WANG Yutao's complexion became a shade blacker. Chang Liang's cold sweat was pouring by the side, fearing of angering this lord. Clearly, this one had already reached the brink of eruption. He only hoped not to innocently get involved in a disaster due to others. The last one put his hand on it. Wang Yutao's expression became even more unbelievably fascinating. Various colors of light flickered incessantly and actually emitted a multicolored light. Poochie. Suddenly, a cloud of azure smoke emanated from the spectroscope. Destroyed. The surroundings were dead silent, no one dared to speak. The last member of the Yin Wind 7 heroes was frightened until he trembled all over, completely did not understand what happened. Chapter 1324, Yi Yuan's Provocation. Chapter 1324, Yi Yuan's Provocation. What's going on? Wang Yugans had a stunned look, uncertain why the perfectly fine spectroscope would have this kind of thing happen. But Wang Yutao's expression changed, and he suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the Yin Wind Den Diamond. It must be that punk just now. We were all fooled by him. Wang Yutao reacted very quickly, furious until he thumped his chest and stomped his feet. However, it was already too late. The current Yi Yuan was long gone already. The Yin Wind Den extended in all directions. Wanting to catch Yi Yuan was too difficult. Second brother, what on earth is going on? Wang Yugan had yet to react and asked. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, if I didn't guess wrongly, this spectroscope was definitely spoiled by that punk who went in previously. That punk was definitely the Yi Yuan. After altering his looks, Wang Yugan was stunned and said, that's impossible, right? When the spectroscope was testing, he was clearly a green color. Wang Yutao shot him a glance like looking at an idiot and said, still spectroscope? This spectroscope is merely a joke in front of that kid. No idea what method that punk used either, breaking the spectroscope. He's provoking us here. Wang Yutao was livid with rage and wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. Not only did this guy slip away from under their eyelids, he even broke the Wang family's profound divine artifact. Even though this place was the Heavenspan world, profound divine artifact, this sort of thing, was absolutely not some run-of-the-mill good. The average deity realm powerhouse did not have divine artifacts at all. An ordinary profound divine essence was worth at the very least several 100,000 low-grade divine essence stones too. And this spectroscope belonged to the auxiliary type divine artifact. The price was even more ridiculous, close to 1,000,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Hearing Wang Yutao said so, Wang Yugan finally came to his senses. Thinking about it, it was clearly that this possibility was the greatest. Second brother, you're saying that the kid deliberately broke the spectroscope to disgust us? Otherwise, he could clearly go inside quietly, but broke the spectroscope. He's clearly telling us that he has already gone in, and that if you all have the capabilities, come and catch me. What is this if it's not taunting us? Wang Yutao said furiously. Anger was anger, but Wang Yutao was still extremely shocked in his heart. The spectroscope was not what anybody could spoil. Even if you let a heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse come, it was also impossible for him to spoil the spectroscope under the circumstances of not making a sound. Moreover, breaking it was breaking it. This spectroscope actually changed into all sorts of colors. If not for 7 people coming in one go, they might have made a massive blunder today. This. Second brother, then what should we do now? Wang Yugan was also rather fluid US turd. He discovered that Yi Yuan's methods emerged in endless streams. He was like a porcupine, making them unable to bite down. The Wang family's initialmost judgment of Yi Yuan was that his pill refining talent was very high. But did not think that he also had such frightening talent in martial arts. Furthermore, he even seemed to have very deep ties with the demon race. Such an opponent really made their heads hurt to the extreme. Wang Yutao swept a fierce glare. While staring at the Yin Wind 7 heroes, he roared, "What are you looking at? Still not scramming for me?" Chang Liang and the rest behaved like they were granted amnesty, running away like a puff of smoke. This Chang Liang was a middle-stage grotto profound powerhouse too, his strength uncommon. But in front of Wang Yutao, it was not enough to look at all. How could he dare to provoke the other party? Big brother, what the hell is going on here? Along the way, a brother asked Chang Liang. Chang Liang saw that they had walked far away, that was why he said softly, the W&G family is catching no idea who. But don't know why, he smoked his way through. Not only did he slip through, he even broke their spectroscope. You say, can they not be furious? Everyone was tongue-tied when they heard. Big brother, how did you know that was the W&G family's people? Chang Liang said, I've met W&G Yutao once before. But we're minor characters, he doesn't remember me, that's all. Goodness gracious, the W&G family put out such a grand lineup and even deployed the spectroscope, wonder who they are catching. A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Chang Liang's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, who else can they be capturing? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's most likely that Myriad Treasure Tower's newly ascended guest alchemists. To be able to make the W&G family take up arms like so, there's also only him. Really have no idea what background this guest alchemist has. Not only is his alchemy skills unparalleled, he can actually even spoil the spectroscope unbeknownst to God and Ghost. Truly remarkable. Turns out, Chang Liang had been feigning ignorance all along. He had long known that the other party was the W&G family's people and even guessed that they were here to capture Yi Yuan. This sort of martial artist who flopped around at the bottom was much more tactful and slippery than ordinary people. If they exposed the W&G family's true colors previously, they would probably have no way of leaving alive anymore. But at this time, Chang Liang was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan, this person whom he had never met. To be able to toy with the entire W&G family in the palm of his hand, there was likely only him, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower's Yang Rui and W&G family fought for so long and did not gain any advantage at all. But honestly speaking, the divine essence pill that alchemist refined really have nothing to say about the quality. It's much better than the W&G family's, said another brother. Chang Liang nodded and said, I also bought a few by pulling strings the last time. The quality is indeed excellent. If not for the case, the W&G family would not go through such great troubles either. If I were W&G Lingbo, I'd also want to eliminate for good. Only when he saw Chang Liang and the rest went away did W&G Yutao said icily, Yugan, immediately notify Yumin, have him hurry to the Yin Wind Den, he'll guard outside, we'll all go in. Isn't he provoking us? Then this old man will let him see the price of provoking the W&G family. Humph. Entering the Yin Wind Den, Yi Yuan felt a series of yin wind blow from the depths of the cave, making him involuntarily shudder. He hurriedly revolved his bloodline power, instantly blocking this gust of yin wind outside. The dragon race's vitality was very powerful. For ordinary yin wind to want to corrode Yi Yuan, it really could not be done. In this peripheral, the human martial artists who went in and out were really quite a few. But the further in you go, the lesser the people. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream. An evil spirit rushed out of the corner, biting towards Yi Yuan. The bite of an evil spirit targeted the divine soul, very hard to defend against. When newbies enter the Yin Wind Den, if they did not have veterans leading, it was very easy to fall for it. But when Yi Yuan saw that evil spirit, he was very spurred on. Those eyes were glossy and green, like a starving wolf. Came right on time. This young master is already unable to hold back my hunger and thirst. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and welcomed it. Creak. Yi Yuan's claw extended out strangely, directly grabbing that evil spirit in his hand, like pinching his vital point. That evil spirit only had time to emit a miserable cry and was subdued by Yi Yuan. Senior, your turn. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Still need you, kid, to teach me. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly activated. A surge of soul vortex opened up with Yi Yuan as the center. That evil spirit was directly gobbled up by the vortex. Chapter 1325. Kid, new here, right? Chapter 1325. Kid, new here, right? How does it feel? Too weak. This evil spirit is merely initial stage 1 star, even not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth at all. This. Senior, you're at it. 1T is also a bit too big, right? Bullsh asterisk T. The soul-suppressing pearl is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Even if you catch a few 4-star, 5-star evil spirits, it's also not enough for this old man to digest. Fine, what on earth should I do then? Late stage 1-star evil spirits and have got to be 300 to 500 no matter what. Senior, this is daylight robbery. How long can 300 to 500 last? Barely enough for 10 years. If I can devour a 2-star evil spirit, I can last 100 years. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said huffily, do you think that I can get you a 2-star evil spirit right now? If I really run into one, whether it is you devouring him or him swallowing me up is hard to say. Haha, I'm just saying. But, if I can really devour a 2-star evil spirit, I'll be able to help you cultivate the divine soul, and advance the divine soul realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, having his heart palpitate with eagerness by Dustless's sentence. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan's divine soul cultivating means were somewhat failing to make ends meet. The Medicine Gods Soul Canon was just an incomplete article. It could help Yi Yuan cultivate to grand completion Tier 9 but somewhat lacked the strength to carry on. Want to walk even further along the alchemy path, one must have a systematic divine soul cultivation method. In this aspect, the soul-suppressing pearl was clearly an expert. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of his main cultivation method. After reincarnating, what Yi Yuan had always been cultivating was the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art. In the Immortal Grove region, the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art was a pinnacle-most cultivation method and could be cultivated all the way to Origin Deity Realm. But to the current Yi Yuan, this cultivation method was clearly unable to satisfy his ambitions already. Looks like everything has to start from scratch, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Dustless said, Immortal Grove's cultivation method is imprinted inside the world-suppressing stele. His cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing stele and is one of the best cultivation methods in the Heavenspan world. If he didn't fall, he might have been able to become a transcendent heavenly emperor. Transcendent heavenly emperor? Yi Yuan asked wonderingly. Transcendent heavenly emperor. Actually, it's peak heavenly emperor, the most powerful existence beneath Tao ancestor. Immortal Grove's cultivation method is sufficient for you to cultivate to becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor, Dustless explained. Only NPW was Yi Yuan enlightened. According to Dustless's way of saying things, the cultivation method that Immortal Grove comprehended could be said to be a top-rate cultivation method of the Heavenspan world already. After all, in the Heavenspan world, it was totally impossible to cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Achieving transcendent heavenly emperor was already the greatest possibility. However, Yi Yuan fell silent. He mused for a moment and said, Senior, you said. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing stele? Dustless said with a cold smile, your heart is also a bit too big. Reaching the Heavenspan world now, you should know the difficulties of cultivating above deity realm. To actually not have given up on the boundary of Tao ancestor yet? Yi Yuan asking like this, Dustless naturally knew what Yi Yuan was trying to do straight away. But these words were filled with mockery towards Yi Yuan, ridiculing that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior, I know that reaching the Tao ancestor realm is as hard as ascending to heaven, but the transcendent heavenly emperor realm is utterly meaningless to me. If I want to save Lingxue, I must cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Isn't that so? But Dustless said with a cold snort, compared to cultivating to Tao ancestor realm, this old man still feels that asking a Tao ancestor for help is a little more reliable. If you're really able to cultivate to transcendent heavenly emperor realm, you'll have the qualifications to ask a Tao ancestor for help. But Yi Yuan said stubbornly, this doesn't clash with cultivating to Tao ancestor realm. Dustless choked up and could not help being speechless. Only after a long time did Dustless say, Fine then, this world-suppressing stele was actually obtained by chance by Immortal Grove back then at the Heavenspan Mountain, incredibly marvelous. It's akin to a limitless treasure trove. When Immortal Grove just obtained it, it was just an ordinary piece of rock. Later, Immortal Grove continuously developed it, while its grade also continued to increase. When Immortal Grove cultivated to Empyrean realm, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the world-suppressing Steely's background was actually so great. The Heavenspan Mountain's might, Yi Yuan already learned of it from Dustless and Kunwu's mouth. World-suppressing Steely, turns out it was a piece of rock on the Heavenspan Mountain. In this case, the world-suppressing Steely completely doesn't need to be sanctified. It only needs to be developed continuously, and it can advance into a heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless said, in theory, it's like this. Yi Yuan nodded and said, alright, when Senior devours enough evil spirits, I'll enter inside the world-suppressing Steely and comprehend my own Tao. Dustless was speechless. He discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a stubborn donkey. Once he decided on a matter, he could not be pulled back no matter how one pulled. It was like this back then in the turbulent spatial flow, now, it was still like this. Elder brothers, I wonder where there are more late-stage one-star evil spirits in this Yin Wind Den? Yi Yuan wandered inside the Yin Wind Den for a long time and discovered that most of them here were all some mortal-grade evil spirits. Occasionally, he could run into initial stage one-star evil spirits. These evil spirits were completely useless to Dustless. Yi Yuan discovered that this place expanded in all directions. Wanting to find late-stage one-star evil spirits was too difficult, and he could only seek help from others. The few people turned around. Seeing Yi Yuan's cultivation, they could not refrain from looking at him with a gaze like looking at a fool. Kid, new here, right? Your bit of strength, better wander around the outer ring. This place is already close to the danger zone. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between the evil spirit's teeth. Chang Liang said. This group of people was precisely the Yin Wind 7 heroes who were shot while lying down at the peripheral. After the 7 people came in, they headed straight for the danger zone. The 7 of them mucked around here all year round and were incomparably familiar with the Yin Wind Den. Whenever there were powerful evil spirits, there would be natural treasures. They had this assumption in their hearts. As for the Wang family, although their strengths were powerful, they were really not familiar with this place. Chang Liang also did not expect that they would run into Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Elder brothers, you all should be very familiar with this place, right? He saw that these few people's gazes were very clear-cut, not like him, anyhow running around like a headless fly. He knew that these few people should be regulars of this place. Chang Liang's brows furrowed and he said, the 7 of us are called the Yin Wind 7 heroes. Do you think we're familiar with this place or not? Kid, we still have to go search for natural treasures and have no time to be long-winded with you. If you don't want to die, wander around this neighborhood and see if you have the luck to pick up something that was missed out or not. Regarding Chang Liang's sincere advice, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously at all. What was important was that Chang Liang they all were familiar with this place. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder brother and the others, since you all are familiar with this place, then bring me to go find late-stage one-star evil spirits. As long as I find the place, I'll give you all 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones as commission. How's that? Chapter 1326, 7 Heroes Betting. Chapter 1326, 7 Heroes Betting 5,000 divine essence stones. Chang Liang's gaze turned intent, and he drew a cold breath. To them, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not some small figure. Even though all of the members of the Yin Wind 7 heroes, their strengths were uncommon, spending as long as several years in the Yin Wind Den, the divine essence stones added up for the 7 people would not exceed this sum either. But Yi Yuan's opening offer was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was just leading the way. These 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were earned too easily. Yi Yuan said smilingly, that's right. Here are 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones, take it as a deposit. As long as you all bring me to gather up 500 late-stage one-star evil spirits, the remaining 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones, I'll pay up the sum in full. Yi Yuan helped the Myriad Treasure Tower create such a large profit, The myriad treasure tower naturally would not treat him shabbily. Low-grade divine essence stones, Yi Yuan naturally took whatever he pleased. As long as it was not too overboard, the myriad treasure tower would not say anything. 5 to 500. Chang Liang was speechless. This boy was really bent on shocking people to death with word. Over 500 late-stage 1-star evil spirits, even the average grand completion Grotto Profound did not dare to easily engage head-on either. An initial stage Grotto Profound kid actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Chang Liang suddenly felt several strange gazes coming from behind him. No need to turn back, and he also knew that those few brothers probably had killing intent arouse. In this place, killing people to seize treasures was all too normal. Yi Yuan's opening move was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. The divine essence stones he was carrying on him were probably far more than this figure. As long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the divine essence stones on him were all theirs. Compared to leading the way, they were clearly more willing to clean away the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan. Actually, it was not just his 6 brothers who had killing intent aroused. Even Chang Liang himself also had killing intent aroused. But he, Chang Liang, was able to hang around in the Yin Wind Den for so long because he was cautious by nature. He could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to be completely clueless about his brother's killing intent, like he was completely fine. Chang Liang's heart stirred, the temptation of divine essence stones finally overwhelmed everything. But, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly detected an imperceptible cold smile flash. Plussing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Chang Liang's heart thumped, the words when reaching his mouth changed at the behest of supernatural powers. Haha, deal. Little brother is really generous. I, Chang Liang, will make friends with you. Chang Liang received 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones with a hearty laugh. Chang Liang's words made the 6 brothers' jaws drop. When did boss become so easygoing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, lead the way then. Chang Liang said with a laugh, sure, easily arrange. Following that, Chang Liang brought Yi Yuan and made many twists and turns. Indeed, before long, the evil spirits that they encountered become stronger. Chang Liang and the rest became cautious and on the alert one by one. The strongest among them, Chang Liang, was merely middle-stage Grotto Profound 2. Encountering late-stage 1-star evil spirits, there was not even time for them to run. They did not dare to approach at all. Ahead is the Purple Nether Cave. That place definitely has late-stage 1-star evil spirits. But, little brother, the few of us don't dare to go in, Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, you all can just wait outside the cave for me. Finished talking, Yi Yuan entered the Purple Nether Cave without turning his head back. Boss, why didn't you make a move just now? I dare to bet that this kid has at the very least no less than 50,000 divine essence stones on him. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the cave, the Yin Wind 7 Heroes number 7 could not resist grumbling. Yeah, boss. Normally, you aren't so timid and cowardly. Seeing such a fat lamb, you'd have long taken action, said number 3. Chang Liang's gaze swept over their faces and heaved a sigh as he said, why wouldn't I know what you guys are thinking? I nearly made a move just now. Then why did you change your tune again? Now, he entered the Purple Nether Cave, so he's probably already dead. For us to take the divine essence stones on him, we'd have to expend a lot of effort. Number 7 said. In their view, this Yi Yuan was simply a silly young master flushed with money. He did not know about this Yin Wind Den's terror at all and wanted to barge into the Purple Nether Cave without due consideration. What difference was there from courting death? Chang Liang gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, do you all really think that there are so many idiots in this world? Heh, it's precisely because his actions looked very foolish that I felt that this kid was not to be provoked. No idea why, when I was planning on making a move earlier, I felt my heart palpitate with anxiety and fear. Just like being locked on by a hunter, Chang Liang's words did not change the group of brothers' views. Number 2 also interjected, boss, merely an initial stage Grotto Profound brat, is there a need to be so careful? Us 7 brothers, there are already 3 middle stage Grotto Profound. Could it be that we still can't deal with a brat who's wet behind his ears? Chang Liang said coolly, "You guys just wait. I dare to wager that he can definitely come out from inside the purple nether cave." Number 7 said, "How is this possible? He alone probably can't even deal with an initial stage 1-star evil spirit. Can he still deal with late-stage evil spirits?" Number 3 also said, "Yeah, big brother. Either way, we also earned 1,000 divine essence stones for nothing. Let's go right away. There's no way he can come out." Chang Liang chuckled and said, "Dare to bet or not? I, Chang Liang, examine my own conscience and feel that I still have some knack in judging people. This kid is absolutely not simple." Number 7 said, being unconvinced, "Boss, don't you really trigger me? You say, how to bet?" Chang Liang smiled and said, "Let's set 3 days as the limit. If that kid comes out, these 5,000 divine essence stones, I'll take 4,000. If that kid doesn't come out, these 1,000 divine essence stones, I don't want a piece and will even top you guys up 1,000 divine essence stones, you all take them and split." With Chang Liang saying this, the brothers all laughed. "Haha, boss, since you're so generous, then the brothers will kindly accept it. This wager, you'll lose for sure. Don't talk about 3 days, even if it's 30 days, he can't come out either." Number 7 said with a loud laugh, "Boss, when the time comes, you can't renege on your bet. This wager, you lost for sure." Number 2 also said with a laugh, "Boss, we've mingled around in this yin wind den for so many years. When have you seen before an initial stage grotto profound can come out from the purple nether cave, this kind of place? What's with you today, are you alright?" Number 3 also laughed loudly and said. Chang Liang just smiled and said nothing. He believed in his judgment. This person, was meticulous, his vision was extremely sharp. It was precisely because so that he could bring the brothers and slip away from under the Wang family's hands. If it was another person, saying one sentence wrong and they would probably have to be silenced by the Wang family to prevent divulgence of secrets. Second brother, this yin wind den is so large, the terrain is extremely complicated. How do we find him? Wang Yugan was also made dizzy by the terrain here. Wang Yutao said solemnly, "Find some people and ask. That kid is a new face, he's definitely very conspicuous. I believe that for him to come here, it's impossible to find a place with no body to hide. As long as we ask more people, there will definitely be someone who knows." Wang Yugan's eyes lit up, and he said, "Second brother is brilliant." Wang Yutao said, "The few of you, all spread out for me. Find the local hegemons here and inquire. If somebody saw a new face, you must inquire clearly. Understand?" Chapter 1327, Ghost King Cave. Chapter 1327, Ghost King Cave. Big brother, us brothers all save you a bit of face. This wager, shall we call it off? Waiting here is so boring, that kid definitely can't come out, Number 7 said. Yeah, I say, what's going on with big brother today? Normally, you aren't like this. Number 3 also urged. Facing the group of brothers' persuasion, Chang Liang smiled without expressing approval nor disapproval and just said, "It's just been half a day, and you guys can't wait anymore? Heh, big brother, we're saving face for you here." Number 7 said. Chang Liang smiled and said, "Please don't save face for me, even reckoning makes for long friends for us blood brothers. Since this wager was set, then let's continue all the way." At this time, a voice sounded out by everyone's ears like a ghost. "What are you guys betting on?" Everyone turned around to look, their ALLs immediately staring wide open one by one. The one who spoke was precisely Yi Yuan. "WWY, did you come out?" "No, wait, how did you come out?" Number 7's tongue instantly became unable to straighten. The 6 brothers all had expressions like they had seen a ghost, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. After that, they discovered that Yi Yuan's condition could not be any better, just like there were no evil spirits inside the purple nether cave at all. Not just the 6 brothers, even Chang Liang was dumbfounded too. He sensed that Yi Yuan was rather extraordinary, but he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only used half a day and came out. Him saying 3 days' time was already overestimating Yi Yuan. He did not think that 3 days were too long for Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard Number 7's words, He could not help being tickled. What are you saying? Of course I walked out. Or could it be that those evil spirits carried me out? But, there are quite a number of late-stage 1-star evil spirits in the purple nether cave, Number 7 said with an amazed look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Ian, there are indeed some late-stage 1-star evil spirits in here. But the numbers were still too little. I wandered around for half a day and only ran into 7 or 8. There's still a long way from the total of 500. Are there places with even more? Bring me to go take a look. Chang Liang was startled and hurriedly said, Of course there are. I'll bring you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed behind Chang Liang. The group of people headed even deeper into the Yin Wind Den. The deeper in, the more the evil spirits they encountered. Furthermore, the more powerful. But Yi Yuan's performance made their jaws drop. Evil spirits that the 7 of them could only finish off after exhausting their strength, Yi Yuan seemed to be like catching a chicken, grabbing with one hand. Then, lightly pinching, it shattered. The Yin Wind 7 heroes had mingled around the Yin Wind Den for many years. There had never been anyone who killed evil spirits like this. Only at this time did the other 6 people believe how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. Finally, the 7 people escorted Yi Yuan to a second cave before the few people found a chance to talk. Number 7 scooted in front of Chang Liang and wiped away his cold sweat as he said, Luckily, Big Brother is wise. Otherwise, we'd probably already be like those evil spirits, pinched to death by him. Chang Liang also felt lingering fear. If they really made a move previously, they, the Yin Wind 7 heroes, would probably have their names completely struck off the list today. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to crush them to death like Cruz. Plusing the evil spirits. For him to be able to easily deal with the evil spirits, that was all Dustless's credit. But Yi Yuan's method of killing evil spirits made their hairs stand on end. The feeling that this kind of visual impact gave them was that Yi Yuan was very strong. Very powerful. Chang Liang also had a bitter look as he said, Honestly speaking, I also didn't expect that his strength was actually so great. Could it be that this guy concealed his strength? An initial stage grotto profound guy, how can he possibly be so strong? Number 2 said. Chang Liang shook his head and said, I don't know. Either way, we just have to earn these 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones, and it will do. The rest, better don't be busybodies. Oh, right, the matter of wagering, this brother won't be courteous. Talking to the back, Chang Liang had a bright grin. With this, he made a killing. 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not a small sum to them. Deducting the normal expenditures, for Chang Liang to want to earn this sum of money, he needed at least 3 to 5 years. Seeing the smug expression on Chang Liang's face, the other 6 people felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. A cooked duck flew away just like this. 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Originally, each of them could be distributed 700 plus. But now, the 6 of them could only split the remainder 1,000 pieces. A big loss. Don't all have this expression, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Don't say that I, boss, am not righteous, I'll take another step back and only take 3,000. The remainder 2,000, you guys take and split. Chang Liang said. With this, everyone could not help being overjoyed, all thanking Chang Liang profusely. Chang Liang's thinking was more full of schemes compared to his other 6 brothers. Giving 1,000 more pieces of divine essence stone could make the 6 brothers submit more wholeheartedly. This transaction was too worthwhile. Another half a day's time Pares said, and then Yi Yuan came out of this cave. Except, he just devoured around 10 evil spirits this time as well. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with this number and said to Chang Liang after coming out, Too few. Are there caves with more? Best if there's several dozen or 100 at once. That kind. Chang Liang was secretly dumbfounded. He seriously could not figure out how an initial stage grotto profound rookie dealt with those late stage 1-star evil spirits. But he still said, Have is have, it's just that the place is a little too dangerous. The few of us brothers don't dare to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, No worries, you all just have to bring me there. At that time, I'll clean up the evil spirits around the cave. That way, you guys will be safe. As for the deposit, I'll add another 2,000. Money could make the devil push the millstone for you. Chang Liang and the rest braving all kinds of danger in this yin wind den, wasn't it still because of divine essence stones in the end? Yi Yuan giving such a large sum, how could they not be moved? Moreover, Yi Yuan said that he would clean up the evil spirits in the perimeter. This way, they would have no more worries. Chang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Done." Around 1,000 miles down, there's a Ghost King cave. Not only are there many evil spirits there, but they are also very powerful. After your excellency goes in, make sure not to enter too deep, because there is a grand completion 1-star evil spirits inside there. Legends have it that in the Ghost King cave's depths, there's even a 2-star evil spirit. It's just that no one has ever seen it before. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard that. If he really wanted to do this, then he would really have to be a little more careful. Grand completion 1-star evil spirit could still barely manage to deal with. But 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was still powerful to handle one currently. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Many thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful. Seeing Yi Yuan respond with a stern countenance, Chang Liang judged that grand completion 1-star might be Yi Yuan's limit. But this result was already sufficient for him to be astonished. They left Yi Yuan into the Ghost King cave and waited outside themselves. But they did not expect that at this time, over 10 figures suddenly dashed in from all directions, directly surrounding the 7 of them in the center. Who searched for you all so bitterly? Didn't expect that you guys and that Yi Yuan punk are actually accomplices. The spectroscope breaking, this score, we'll have to settle it properly. WNG Yutao's killing intent-filled words transmitted into the Yin Wind 7 heroes' ears. Chapter 1328, Catching Turtles in a Pot. Chapter 1328, Catching Turtles in a Pot. The appearance of Wang Yutao and the rest caught the Yin Wind 7 heroes by surprise. They were stunned too. But Chang Liang reacted extremely quickly, understanding what was going on virtually right away. At the same time, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Wasn't it said that the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist was a cripple who could not cultivate? How could he have such formidable strength? The current Chang Liang already ascertained that that youth who entered the Ghost King cave was precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. It was Yi Yuan. This lord, this Chang doesn't understand what you mean. If this Chang has the capability to destroy the spectroscope, then I also wouldn't need to strive in this Yin Wind den all year round, Chang Liang said with cupped fists. His mind flashed like lightning and knew that only by refusing to admit even unto death at present could he have a slim chance of survival. In reality, he really did not expect that Yi Yuan was the person the Wang family was looking for. But Wang Yutao sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "You don't need to quibble anymore. I only believe the truth I see with my eyes. We've already inquired clearly. After that punk entered the Yin Wind den, it has always been you guys leading the way for him. Just based on this point, you all deserve death." Chang Liang groaned in secret, but his expression was in a daze as he said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one really doesn't know what you're talking about. There was a youth who offered 7,000 pieces of divine essence stones to have us lead the way. But this Chang also didn't know that that was the person Your Excellency wanted to find." Wang Yutao said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue, helping that boy is also a fact. Come, men, take them down for me. If there is resistance, capture and immediately execute." Wang Yutao's words thoroughly extinguished the last trace of Chang Liang's hope for a fluke. His expression changed, and he said gravely, "Brothers, enter the cave." At this time, the other 3 sides were all blocked off. The Ghost King cave at the back was the only retreat path. The figures of Chang Liang, the 7 of them, were like lightning, speeding over towards the Ghost King cave. Seeing this, Wang Yutao snorted coldly. Raising his hand, it was a palm, a bunch of people who have no idea of life or death. Powerful divine essence instantly exploded. A terrifying air billow swept over towards the 7 people. Chang Liang revealed a horrified look and cried out, "Brothers, you all go in." He unleashed all of his strength in this lifetime, wanting to deal with Wang Yutao's blow. However, this was merely an ant trying to topple a tree. Facing the grand completion grotto profound Wang Yutao, Chang Liang did not have the least bit of strength to resist. However, Chang Liang already made the resolve to die. He wanted to protect his brothers to enter the cave. Although the Yin Wind 7 heroes were not some good people, when facing such an imminent disaster, adversity tests friends. Hi+P boss Chang Liang blocked the spear for his brothers without the slightest hesitation, but right at this time, two figures suddenly dashed out, covering up Chang Liang's profile. Big brother, live well and take revenge for us. It was number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang's eyes turned bloodshot, his two eyes scarlet red. But Wang Yutao's palm force already arrived. Even if he wanted to do something, it was too late as well. Boom! An enormous force directly blasted number 3 and number 7, together with Chang Liang, flying. However, the majority of the force was blocked by number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Number 3 and number 7 beside him had long ceased breathing already. Chang Liang was very decisive. He knew that now was not the time to be irresolute and hesitant. Forcefully crawling up, he headed over towards the Ghost King cave. Although this palm of Wang Yutao killed number 3 and number 7, Chang Liang also borrowed the force of this palm and arrived at the Ghost King cave's entrance. His figure speed, burrowing straight into the cave. Second brother, what do we do now? Wang Yugan asked. What else can we do? Go in and capture the people. Right now, we're catching turtles in a pot, Wang Yutao said without the least bit of hesitation. At this time, a martial artist said rather fearfully, Why, Your Excellency, this place is the Ghost King cave. This martial artist was the guide that the Wang family found. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, So what if it's the Ghost King cave? The guide said, The Ghost King cave is the most dangerous place in the Yin Wind Den, the evil spirits inside too many to count. Furthermore, the Ghost King cave's depths might have 2-star evil spirits existing. Once we startle the 2-star evil spirit, none of us can escape. Wang Yutao's expression also turned apprehensive when he heard that, but he became relieved very quickly and said with a cold snort, What about that? I don't believe that that brat dares to enter the depths of the Ghost King cave. Go. That guide was helpless and could only enter the Ghost King cave. Chang Liang 5 people had also never entered the Ghost King cave before. This place was all human martial artists' forbidden area. So after entering, Chang Liang 5 people ran wildly without distinguish. Hi+ing the direction at all. But what made them surprised was that along the way, they actually did not even encounter a single evil spirit. No idea how long they ran either. They suddenly saw that there was a figure ahead, currently sitting cross-legged. Big brother, it's that kid. If not for this boy, number 3 and number 7 wouldn't have died either. This score, we have to find him to settle it properly. Big brother, kill this kid. Take revenge for number 3 and number 7. These few people were almost in tears when talking. Clearly, the death of number 3 and number 7, they were all unable to accept it. They knew that they were forever not Wang Yutao's match. Therefore, they cast the anger onto Yi Yuan. Chang Liang's injuries were not light. Currently, he was forcefully holding onto a breath. Seeing the appearance of his group of brothers filled with righteous indignation, Chang Liang's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Brothers, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Number 3 and number 7 were killed by Wang Yutao. Want to settle this score, we also have to settle it with them. Us and Master Yi only did a transaction. Putting this score on his head isn't fair, Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chang Liang with some surprise, and slowly opened his mouth to say, The WNG family being so utterly devoid of conscience exceeded my expectations. But, the one who caused the deaths of number 3 and number 7 wasn't me, but yourselves. If you all want to count this score on this Yi's head, this Yi will keep you company. Yi Yuan's words made the few people explode all at once. We caused the death of number 3 and number 7? Brat, you don't make unfounded accusations. Don't think that by killing a few evil spirits, you can scare us. You're merely a puny little initial stage grotto profound. I don't believe that you're really us brothers match. Chang Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan's words made him regret to the max. But they heard Yi Yuan saying indifferently, the 7 of you, each and every one of you had killing intent aroused towards this Yi before. Putting it bluntly, you're all just a bunch of robbers who murder and seize goods. If not because of this, perhaps this young master would have made a move to save previously, and even brought you all into the Ghost King cave. Yi Yuan's words made Chang Liang 5 people shocked inwardly. Turns out that their killing intent, Yi Yuan had long perceived it keenly. It was just that he did not expose it all along. Now, number 3 and number 7 died. It was a retribution for them having killing intent arouse. Not that they did not wish to kill Yi Yuan, it was just that Chang Liang detected the danger. That was why they did not make a move. Hence, Yi Yuan had no need to be responsible for their life and death. Between them was merely just a transaction. Also, if not looking on account of your brotherly affection, do you guys think that you can still live to see this young master? Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Your Excellency, something seems to be not quite right. This Ghost King cave is too quiet. The guide's expression was not too good as he said. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, enough crap. You just have to care about leading the way. I don't believe that the kid can still overturn the heavens. No need the guide to warn. How could Wang Yutao not know that something was amiss? They had always been on guard after entering the Ghost King cave. But along the way, they did not even run into a single evil spirit. Since the Ghost King cave was one of the Yin Wind Den's most dangerous places, then there should be a lot of evil spirits. Wang Yuan also felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as he could not resist saying, second brother, it's better to withdraw. As long as we guard the entrance, will we still be afraid that the kid doesn't come out? Wang Yuan's suggestion made Wang Yutao palpitate with excitement as well. If he risks his life and just hole up inside here and not go out? Wang Yutao asked. The moment the guide heard that Wang Yutao was moved, he hurriedly said, impossible. Even Grand Completion Grotto Profound Powerhouse can only last at most a year here. Any longer, the yin energy here will corrode the fleshy body and cause tremendous damage to the physical body. If mild, it will damage the martial Dao foundation. If severe, one will become a yin corpse. Wang Yutao's expression changed, not expecting that this Yin Wind Den still had so many things to pay attention to. Since it was like this, he could rest assured. Okay, we'll withdraw. Wang Yutao's heart was also somewhat pounding as he said. But just as they turned around and were about to withdraw, Yin Wind suddenly stirred up. Woo! Woo! All around, no idea where heaps of evil spirits emerged from either, all late-stage 1-star. Looking at the numbers, there were probably no less than 1,000. Such a scale of evil spirits, even Wang Yutao, this kind of powerhouse, felt his scalp tingle too. Although Grand Completion Grotto Profound could casually crush late-stage Grotto Profound, it was not to say that Grand Completion Grotto Profound was invincible. Evil spirits were more difficult to tangle with in the first place for martial artists. With over 1,000 evil spirits jumping out all at once, even if Wang Yutao and Wang Yuan joined hands, they also did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed. What's going on here? Where in the world did these evil spirits emerge from? Second Elder, what should we do? So many late-stage 1-star evil spirits, we're dead for sure this time. The faces of these Wang family second-generation powerhouses all turned green. An aura of despair was spreading among them. One late-stage 1-star evil spirit was already enough for them to suffer. 1,000 appearing all at once, how could they not despair? All shut up for me. Shouting and wrangling, can it scare away these evil spirits? All follow this old man, kill the way out together. Wang Yutao still had overwhelming prestige. This shout instantly calmed the Wang family's people. At the same time, he raised his long spear. A terrifying force struck toward the evil spirits ahead. Howl! Howl. Miserable cries lingered incessantly by the ears. Late-stage 1-star evil spirits were still a little too tender in front of WNG Utao. Except, not only did WNG Utao's overwhelming blow not frighten away the evil spirits, it made those evil spirits even more crazed instead, pouncing over at the crowd. Yugan, you cover the rear, I'll open up the path in front. The others, take precautions on your own. Don't let those evil spirits break in. WNG Utao had clearly seen a grand spectacle before. Although alarmed, he did not panic, commanding with great composure. He and WANG Yugan, two great experts, protected the team one front and one back. The other people's pressure lessened drastically all at once. However, the number of evil spirits was seriously too many. Furthermore, each and every one of them was ferocious and did not fear death. They just did all they could to bite. Very soon, there was somebody who could not hold on anymore. A WNG family's guard whose strength was slightly weaker was suddenly brought down by 4 or 5 evil spirits. The evil spirits were seemingly sharks that smelled the scent of blood. Around 20 to 30 evil spirits instantly drowned him out entirely. Before long, that guard ceased breathing. His divine soul was already divided and eaten by the evil spirits. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them felt a chill. Maybe this was their outcome not long after. Those evil spirits, tasting the benefits, only tussled with WANG Utao and WANG Yugan, while the focus of the attacks was placed on those WNG family members in the center. Very soon, there was another WANG family's member who was taken down. Lingqiu, WANG Yutao's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. That person who died was his biological nephew. Before coming, he never dreamed that employing the WANG family's power to come and hunt down an initial stage grotto profound brat, he would actually pay such a terrible price. Except, sad was sad. He was completely powerless about the reduction in numbers when battling. 100 evil spirits pestered him. Even if his strength was any greater, he was too busy to care as well. A single mishap and he would even stumble himself. 2 late-stage grotto profound experts defending, this group of people gradually approached the cave entrance. It was just that miserable cries echoed incessantly in WANG Yutao's ears. His heart was dripping blood. Kill. A terrifying charge, WANG Utao finally forcefully carved out a BLOODY path, charging out of the Ghost King cave. The current WANG Yutao's eyes were blood-red, already unbelievably furious. One figure after another charged out. Finally, WANG Yugan also came out in the end. Boom. The evil spirits did not have the intention of letting these people off. Large groups rushed out of the Ghost King cave and continued to hunt down everyone. WANG Utao was aggrieved to the extreme and could only lead everyone to continue fleeing. No idea how long they chased them either. There were finally no more evil spirits behind them. Everyone was all seemingly drained of energy, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily for air. WANG Utao swept a glance over the remaining people, the joints of his fingers cracking. When they went in, counting in the guide, they brought a total of 17 people. But now, counting in him and WANG Yugan, there were only 5 people left. This in and out actually forcefully incapacitated 12 people. Apart from the guide, those WANG family's people were all the WANG family's elites. Quite a number of people were all WANG Yutao's sons and nephew generation. Among them, the majority were all late-stage grotto profound powerhouses. There were even a few who were middle-stage grotto profound. This trip directly cut the WANG family's elites by half. Yi Yuan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, WANG Yutao, am lesser than a human. This old man swears an oath to heaven that I must cut you down in this yin-wind den. WANG Yutao's eyes were blood-red. Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred, already hating Yi Yuan to the maximum. He naturally would not think that it was actually them pursuing Yi Yuan all along. Either way, others killing the WANG family's members, that was all the other person's fault. Inside the Ghost King cave, Changliang 5 brothers were long dumbstruck with amazement already. They exchanged glances, all with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Big brother, What did we see just now? Oh, our eyesight wouldn't be failing, right? How did he do it? Those were 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirit. He's actually able to command late-stage 1-star evil spirit. Chang Liang looked at the Yi Yuan currently in meditation, his gaze full of deep apprehension. Only this time did they witness Yi Yuan's true strength. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it was truly as easy as turning his palm over. Chapter 1330, 2-star evil spirit. Chapter 1330, 2-star evil spirit. Why, Your Excellency, previously, we have affronted. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. Chang Liang cupped his fists and said respectfully. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling palpitations of lingering fear and rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he did not become enemies with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the 7 of them brothers, the ones who died, would not be just number 3 and number 7. When 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits besieged Wang Yutao, they all, Chang Liang was watching from outside. That spectacular scene made it hard to forget all his life. Forget about it happening to Wang Yutao, even Chang Liang, this spectator, felt his scalp tingle. But seeing the Wang family's people fall one by one, Chang Liang was incomparably delighted in his heart. The Wang family's people were too overbearing, killing 2 of his brothers indiscriminately. Served them right to have this kind of end. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said nonchalantly, not to the extent of taking offense, but as long as you guys don't provoke this young master naturally won't go and find trouble with you all. Originally, I wanted to let you all run your own course without external interference, but seeing the feelings between you brothers run so deep, willing to help each other at the expense of your life, that's why I made a move. Dustless had constantly been monitoring every movement and action in the vicinity. The things that happened outside the Ghost King cave could not hide from him at all. Originally thought that the Yin Wind 7 heroes, these greedy fellows, the feelings between the brothers were probably just like that. But he did not expect that Chang Liang, as well as number 3 and number 7, were actually so loyal. Yi Yuan felt a spur of the moment. That was why he let them in. After Dustless absorbed some evil spirits, his condition improved considerably all at once. His methods also made Yi Yuan secretly dumbfounded. Dustless simulated the undulations of a grand completion 1-star evil spirit with a secret at, commanding these late-stage 1-star evil spirits to besiege the Wang family's people. To a late-stage 1-star evil spirit, a grand completion 1-star evil spirit was an absolute sovereign. 1-star evil spirits did not have any intelligence. They acted entirely based on their own instincts. Hence, as long as Wang Yutao they all dared to enter the Ghost King cave, that outcome would absolutely be miserable. Yes, Your Excellency. Previously, the few of us were committing stupidity. The Wang family is too strong, the few of us brothers don't have hopes of taking revenge at all, that's why we would divert the hatred onto you. Hope that Your Excellency pardons it. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, honestly speaking, I also didn't think that the Wang family would be so utterly devoid of consciousness. Just because you guys were a guide for me, they vented their anger on you all. But the Wang family, this young master will certainly purge their names from Jewel Hill City. If the few of you follow me, there will come a chance to take revenge for your brothers in the future. Chang Liang's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully, for Your Excellency to be willing to take us in, it's our honor. The few of us brothers are willing to dash our brains onto the ground and follow Your Excellency to death. Chang Liang signaled his brothers with a look and prostrated. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Ian, you guys following this young master naturally won't dispense with your benefits. It's just that, this young master can't tolerate any mistakes and transgressions. If you all still want to have any filthy ideas like before, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Chang Liang was alarmed and hurriedly said, dare not. The death of number 3 and number 7 taught this Chang a profound level. Currently, this Chang's only wish is to personally kill Wang Yutao that bastard and take revenge for number 3 and number 7. Yi Yuan was just about to open his mouth and speak when suddenly, his expression turned grim. Chang Liang's expression changed as well. It was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Around them, a series of powerful auras emerged, surrounding the 6 of them in the middle. Grand completion 1-star evil spirit. Your Excellency, this. What to do here? Chang Liang exclaimed. The great battle previously finally still startled these powerful existences. Same as human martial artists, grand completion 1-star, this level of evil spirits, were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a strange vortex storm spread out with Yi Yuan as the center. Those late-stage 1-star evil spirits were involuntarily sucked into the vortex, finally being absorbed by Yi Yuan. 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance, directly becoming dustless food. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Chang Liang and the rest stared like wide saucers. While controlling 1,000 evil spirits was beyond comprehension, Yi Yuan actually devoured 1,000 evil spirits. This was seriously too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of stuffing himself to death? Chang Liang and the rest had run around here for no less than several hundred years. But they had never seen before someone who dared to deal with evil spirits in this way. Ordinary martial artists, even grand completion grotto profound martial artists, did not dare to devour an evil spirit either. Chang Liang swallowed his saliva, discovering that this lord was truly too mysterious. The WNG family definitely went soft in the head, that was why they provoked such a terrifying foe. Somehow, Chang Liang suddenly was somewhat sympathetic for Wang Yutao. At present, the surroundings had roughly 20 to 30 grand completion 1-star evil spirits. These ferocious-looking evil spirits were actually incomparably wary of Yi Yuan at this time. Even though they surrounded everyone, all of them were fearful and did not go forward. These evil spirits all did not have intelligence. But it was precisely because so that they could faintly perceive the soul-suppressing pearl's terror. This kind of instinctive dread made them not dare to go forward. Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Evil spirits were extremely powerful existences to human martial artists. But the soul-suppressing pearl was their nemesis. Only after seeing this scene did Chang Liang finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was incredibly shocked too. In this Yin Wind Den, human martial artists all made detours when seeing evil spirits. But today, he actually saw evil spirits feeling fear towards humans. Chang Liang felt that the events that happened today simply subverted his world view. Seeing Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes, Chang Liang could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Yuan ignored Chang Liang, but his gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. The depth was a stretch of darkness, unable to see anything. "Since you came, why hide furtively?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chang Liang and the rest were stupefied, with baffled looks on their faces. Didn't late-stage 1-star evil spirits already come out? Could it be that there were still others here? Just as they were wondering, a ghostly light emerged from the depths of the darkness. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Right away, when this person came out, Chang Liang 5 people all palpitated endlessly. The powerful aura made them unable to move even a muscle. This person was too strong. With his strength, wanting to kill the 5 of them could probably be accomplished with a wave of a hand. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Ghost King Cave? The arrival was a man, looking elegant and suave, like a fine and handsome young master. This figure was not much different from ordinary people. But looking closely, one could discover that his body was somewhat illusionary, appearing not so real. "You, human, are rather special," the man said with a smile. Hearing the meaning in his words, he was actually not a human. Facing this man's powerful aura, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Hearing that, he also smiled and said, "I also didn't expect that inside this Ghost King Cave, there's really a 2-star evil spirit. Also, didn't think that a 2-star evil spirit was actually as refined as you." Chapter 1331, Ghost Dao 100 Runes. Chapter 1331, Ghost Dao 100 Runes. T2-star evil spirit? The faces of Chang Liang and the others suddenly changed, their gazes looking at that man in great terror. Although legends had it that there was a 2-star evil spirit existing in this Yin Wind Den, No one had ever seen it before. They never dreamed that this man in front of them, who was no different from a human, was actually the 2-star evil spirit. Less than 1 in 10,000 ordinary 2-star evil spirits were able to unlock intelligence. What they had was just instinctive devouring. Toward such a 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was really powerless to do anything, because they could only slaughter instinctively. But even Dustless also did not expect that the 2-star evil spirit in this Ghost King cave actually gave birth to intelligence. The man did not deny it either, but said, "There is an aura that makes me very wary on you." Actually, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He also thought that evil spirits were all that sort of neither human nor ghost appearance, malicious looking. He did not think that 2-star evil spirits actually turned out to be like this. Moreover, the other party's perception seemed to be very keen. Chang Liang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a face full of terror. He simply did not dare to believe that a 2-star evil spirit would actually say such word. One could say that if a 2-star evil spirit wanted to kill them, it just needed to move a finger, and it would be enough. But facing the Yi Yuan, who was only initial stage grotto profound, he was actually so apprehensive. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Middle stage 2-star, strength isn't bad. I didn't expect that your intelligence can unlock to this extent. That saved me a bout of trouble." Chang Liang was shuddering with fear, listening by the side, hi plussing to turn tail and run. This Yi Yuan was too crazy. That was a 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan actually dared to talk like this. Hang on, middle stage 2-star? Chang Liang felt incomparably fluid US turd. What the heli was this? Within the grotto profound realm, a minor realm was a layer of heaven. Then heaven glimpse realm was naturally even more so. The disparity between initial stage and middle stage was even greater. Also, how did Yi Yuan able to tell that the other party was a 2-star evil spirit? The amount of information was too great. The 5 of them brothers felt somewhat unable to digest. But the man said, "How do you know? I won't make a move against you. You're too weak." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If your intelligence isn't unlocked yet, then forget it. Naturally, we can't dispense with a fierce battle between us. But since your intelligence is already unlocked, then you don't have to move against this young master." Yi Yuan said it very assuredly and did not take the man's threat to heart at all. For him to dare say so, it was naturally because there was Dustless, this great divinity, there. The might of an Empyrean spirit treasure, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Even though Dustless was a tiger that landed in the plains now, for the other party to want to kill Yi Yuan, it was likely really not so easy. The man smiled and said, "Your esteemed self is too confident. For me to kill you is merely the effort of lifting a finger." Finished talking, a terrifying yin energy was suddenly released, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly. It was just that, Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Chang Liang 5 people were virtually frozen stiff already. They discovered to their dismay that they could not even move a finger anymore. This 2-star evil spirit had yet to make a move, and they already fell down. A surge of faintly imperceptible aura enveloped Yi Yuan up. The yin wind automatically divided when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, blowing past towards the 2 sides. The man's pupils shrunk. Only then did he ascertain that Yi Yuan was indeed not simple. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Don't do this kind of pointless probing anymore. It's no use. This young master gives you a chance. Sign a heavenly Tao contract and serve me as your master. This young master gifts you a lucky chance." While talking, Yi Yuan came before Chang Liang 5 people, extended a finger, and lightly tapped on the 5 of their foreheads. A burst of faint soul force undulation flowed out from his fingertips, instantly spreading through the 5 of their bodies. The 5 people trembled all over. That stiff feeling of being frozen to the bones instantly vanished without a trace. However, what they were shocked by was not this, but the words that Yi Yuan said. These words were too earth-shattering, resulting in that even though the 5 people were able to move, they still opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan blankly. What did he say earlier? Make a 2-star evil spirit that unlocked intelligence serve him as master? His Excellency, he wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? The man was also stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "What a joke. An initial stage grotto profound youth actually dares to spout this kind of drivel. Is your esteemed self provoking my bottom line?" The rankings of the martial artist world were stringent. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. Saying these words was a great disrespect. Even if they had no ill feelings or enmity, just based on this sentence, the other party had sufficient reason to kill already. Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly extended a finger, drawing something in the air. Chang Liang and the rest were uncertain what it meant, completely unaware of what strange ideas Yi Yuan was mystifying. It looked like some sort of talismans. He could not help looking in the direction of the man and discovered that the expression on the man's face was currently changing from disdain to thunderstruck, and finally, wild ecstasy. Only then did they know that these incomprehensible talismans that Yi Yuan drew were very extraordinary. Ghost Dao 100 runes. What? What you drew was the Ghost Dao 100 runes. The man's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan said with a smile, It looks like you recognize the Ghost Dao 100 runes. It saves this young master his breath." The man trembled all over and said in disbelief, "You? How can you, a human, possibly know the Ghost Dao 100 runes?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How this young master knows, don't need you to be concerned with. You just say whether you're willing to follow this young master or not. Don't have any strange ideas, you only have one chance." The man's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle surfacing on his face. Yi Yuan's warning made him become very conflicted. To an evil spirit, for them to be able to leech within a martial artist's body, it was equivalent to seizing possession, but also not the same as seizing possession. Because they were an independent body and did not need to rely on the fleshy body to survive. The strange idea that Yi Yuan said was actually referring to this. What flashed across at the first moment just now was indeed this thought. But Yi Yuan's words shattered his fantasy into smithereens. If it were others, he would seize possession without the slightest hesitation and forcefully plunder the other party's memories. But Yi Yuan was unusual. From the very beginning, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura that the soul-suppressing pearl faintly revealed made him extremely wary. At one side, Chang Liang 5 people did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were quietly waiting for the man's decision. They never dreamed that Yi Yuan's words were actually really going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. At least, the other party was moved. This lord was really becoming more and more mysterious. Just what kind of existence was he? Alchemy strength was exceedingly terrifying, martial Dao's strength unfathomable. Now, he was actually going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. Chang Liang felt that this world was really too crazy. Everything he had seen and heard today was simply even more exciting that his lifetime experiences added up. Time slowly trickled by, and the expression on the man's face flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for the other party's answer. He had full confidence that the other party definitely could not resist the temptation of the Ghost Dao 100 runes. "All right then, I promise you." Finally, the man opened his mouth and surrendered. Chapter 1332, Casually Trampling. Chapter 1332, Casually Trampling. The moment the contract happened, an inexplicable connection was established between Yi Yuan and the man. "Gui Yun has met Master," said the 2-star evil spirit in submission. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the function of the Ghost Dao 100 runes, I believe there's no need for me to say any more. You just work for this young master contentedly, and I'll slowly impart them to you. If you can comprehend fully, becoming a Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor isn't impossible either." Gui Yun revealed a look of great elation and hurriedly said, "Gui Yun, thanks Master. All right, I'll take you into my carry-on space right now." "You don't resist it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Having some spatial-type magic treasure on a deity realm powerhouse was very normal. It was not to the extent of making Chang Liang and the rest overly surprised. Gui Yun did not feel anything off as well. It was just that when his figure appeared in the soul-suppressing space, he immediately felt the extraordinariness. When he saw Dustless, that feeling of beholding a great mountain appeared uncontrollably. Little ghost, your luck is pretty good. To be able to give birth to intelligence when at 2-star, and even ran into this old man. Perhaps you'll be the next Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor, Dustless said with a smile. The dignified 2-star evil spirit became a little ghost when it reached Dustless's mouth. Senior, you are? Guiyun said carefully. Dustless smiled and said, this old man is Dustless, same as you, serving Yi Yuan as my master. Guiyun suddenly discovered that his apprehension toward Yi Yuan probably originated from this old man. Senior Dustless, what is this place? Why do I feel that this place is very unusual? Guiyun said. This place is the inner space of an Empyrean spirit treasure. This old man is this place's artifact spirit. In the future, you'll live here together with this old man. As long as Yi Yuan allows it, this old man will naturally impart you the Ghost Dao 100 runes. Dustless said. Guiyun's mind buzzed as if being struck by a bolt of lightning, turning blank. Senior, you're saying that this place is an Empyrean spirit treasure? Guiyun's tongue could not even be straightened when speaking. The astonishment that Dustless's words brought him was seriously too intense. This news was even more shocking that the Ghost Dao 100 runes, Empyrean spirit treasure, with Guiyun's realm, he was totally unable to imagine this level of existence. At this moment, he was incomparably thrilled that he did not carry out seizing possession on Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would really not even know how he died. If he carried out an attack against Yi Yuan's physical body, Dustless would really be powerless to do anything. But if he dared to seize possession of Yi Yuan, entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, then it was no different from seeking death. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would only give him one chance. He really did not bluff him. That's right, it's an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, it's a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Little ghost, that's why I said that you're very lucky. If this old man's strength recovers a little more, I probably won't take fancy on you anymore. Even if you wanted to be Yi Yuan's servant, there wouldn't be a chance either, Dustless said. 2-star evil spirits were really just a little ghost in Dustless's eyes. If not because he was a tiger that descended onto the plains presently, how could he take fancy on this kind of rookie? But Dustless's one sentence made Guiyun nervous. His current strength was much higher than his master's. But if his master's strength advanced in the future and had no more use for him, would he kill the donkey the moment it had done its job? Dustless clearly saw through his concerns and said with a smile, you can put your heart back in place. Yi Kiddo values ties of comrades. Hi+P immensely. As long as you work diligently for him, even if he enters the rankings of Heavenly Emperor in the future, he won't do anything to you either. He would even help you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. You won't believe it even if I say any more. You follow him, and in the future, you'll naturally know. Now, this old man will impart you the first Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost Dao 100 runes was a transcendent art for cultivating the Ghost Dao. As the name implied, Ghost Dao 100 runes was 100 runes. These 100 runes contained the transcendent Ghost Dao 100 runes of Ghost Dao, exceedingly extensive and profound. Legends had it that as long as one comprehended these 100 runes completely, they would be able to achieve the Ghost Dao Transcendent Heavenly Emperor, looking down upon the world. This appeal to Guiyun was seriously too strong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was one of the Heavenspan world's extremely powerful alchemists. He researched the Divine Soul Dao in detail. This Ghost Dao 100 runes was obtained from a Ghost Dao Empyrean, which he killed in the past. The research was also very thorough. With Dustless's strength, teaching Guiyun was naturally nothing difficult. At the outside world, Changliang 5 people were utterly dumbfounded. The events did not develop in the direction that they expected at all. The result made their jaws drop. That was a 2-star evil spirit, an existence that could casually eradicate them with a twitch of a finger. It was actually subdued just like this. When they knew that Guiyun was a 2-star evil spirit, they even thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that the final result reversed too quickly. This 2-star evil spirit actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Your Excellency, what was that you drew? Why did that 2-star evil spirit serve you as his servant the moment he saw it? Changliang plucked up his courage and asked. Yi Yuan said with a smile, You also won't understand if I said it. That's the thing that Ghost Dao powerhouses cultivate. You just have to know that me taking him in is giving him a lucky chance, that's it. Since it's a fortuitous chance, what reason does he have to not serve me, becoming his master? Chang Liang. 5 people sighed from the bottom of their hearts and said, Your Excellency, you're really too formidable. The 5 of us brothers are convinced. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop flattering. Weren't you all going to personally kill Wang Yutao? How you want to trample him now is up to you. Chang Liang. 5 people trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of wild elation. Yeah, with a 2-star evil spirit by their side, this Yin Wind Den, they could roam as they pleased. What did a mere Wang Yutao count as? Third. Chang Liang. 5 people knelt down collectively, and Chang Liang said, Your Excellency taking revenge for the 5 of us, the 5 of our rotten lives will be sold to Your Excellency. Yi Yuan said coolly, Get up, the WNG family and I have already reached the point of irreconcilability. Even if not helping you all take revenge, Wang Yutao must die as well. Second brother, if they don't come out, could it be that we're really going to guard here for a year? Wang Yugan asked. Even with their strength, they also felt very uncomfortable in this place where yin wind blew all year round. Wang Yutao said solemnly, Otherwise, what can we do still? No idea what kind of heretic skill that punk cultivated either, to actually be able to control evil spirit. Really damn it. No wonder he wanted to enter the Yin Wind Den at all costs. It was probably in order to cultivate the heretic skill. Wang Yugan thought about it and said, Second brother, why not invite big brother here? I feel that this kid is extremely abnormal. Continuing to guard like this isn't the way. Wang Yugan's suggestion made him very moved. But he shook his head again very quickly and said, What kind of face do we have to go and meet big brother with our current appearance? Not killing that punk, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Oh, second elder wants to kill me so much. I wonder how this ye provoked second elder, to make you detest me like so. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice echoed in the cave. Yi Yuan, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan suddenly stood up, their gaze filled with killing intent. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caught Wang Yutao duo by surprise. But very soon, their figures moved swiftly, directly cutting off Yi Yuan's retreat. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. He did not speak, allowing them to act. Don't be so nervous, relax a bit, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Wang Yutao's expression turned cold, and he said, Brat, you're really gutsy, to actually dare come out and court death. You killed 11 of my Wang family's elites. Today, we'll settle this score properly. Seeing Yi Yuan, Wang Yutao's anger reached the limit all at once. Currently, he wished to swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Your Wang family chased this Yi from Jewel Hill City to the Yin Wind Den. Could it be that, you still don't allow me to fight back? Wang Yutao snorted coldly and said, Want to blame, you will have to blame yourself, and that you shouldn't have opposed my Wang family. This world is the world of the strong. If I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Yi Yuan laughed. Chang Liang and the others behind him also laughed. Wang Yutao's face turned black, being deeply triggered by the few people's laughter. You laughed? I hope that you all can still laugh in a while. This old man will let you know what's called a fate worse than death. Yugan, do it, Wang Yutao shouted coldly. Russ. Hi plussing towards Yi Yuan with Wang Yugan one after the other. 2 mighty grand completion grotto profound experts making a move at the same time, that aura was truly Astonis. Hi plussing. But right at this time, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Yi Yuan's body. A piercing cold yin wind stirred. Even those as powerful as Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan were also virtually frozen by this gust of yin wind. The other Wang family members' strengths were lacking. How could they withstand such yin wind? Their divine souls were directly scattered to the wind. Slam. Slam. Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan fell straight down from midair, slamming severely onto the ground. The two people opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of disbelief. How could such a terrifying yin wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? They only felt like their divine souls were about to be frozen at this time. This gust of yin wind was too powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan approach step by step, Wang Yugan panicked inwardly. He struggled, wanting to get up. But his entire body was blown numb by the yin wind. How could he muster up the strength in a short while? What do you want to do? Wang Yugan said fearfully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, do what? What this young master is going to do, you should be even clearer than me, right? Rest assured, this young master won't kill you right now. How to deal with you, Luo Jian has the final say. Finished talking, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, directly sealing Wang Yugan's divine essence and hauling him up like holding up a dead dog. The numbing effects of the yin wind can last for roughly an hour. Act faster and catch up earlier, Yi Yuan said with Chang Liang. Chang Liang cupped his fists and said with a bow, yes, Your Excellency. When us brothers finish venting this frustration, we'll catch up. Yi Yuan nodded his head, his figure moving, Vonnies. Plussing before the few people's eyes. Chang Liang 5 people looked at the dead dog-like Wang Yutao, incomparably pleased in their hearts. Wang Yutao, you were so awe-inspiring earlier, but now, if I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Ha ha ha, Chang Liang mimicked Wang Yutao's words earlier, truly ironic to the maximum. A moment ago, Wang Yutao was still awe-inspiring. A moment later, he became a dead dog. Furthermore, saying this kind of words in front of Yi Yuan was simply ridiculous. Wang Yutao was unable to move all over. But his expression was ugly to the extreme. He had not figured out until now what in the world happened. Why would such a horrifying yin wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? Wang Yutao, didn't you want to kill us brothers? Get up. Number 2 said with a cold smile. Poochie. Number 4's blade stabbed into Wang Yutao's heart without the least bit of hesitation. When you killed number 3 and number 7, you definitely didn't think that retribution came so quickly, right? Number 4 gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. To a deity realm powerhouse, puncturing the heart would not be fatal. But that heart-gouging pain shot straight up to his head, making him anguished until he wished to die. Poochie. Another blade, number 5 directly chopped off one of Wang Yutao's palm. Just the likes of you are also fit to raise a hue with Lord Yi Yuan? I ask you to raise a hue, number 5 said with a hideous grin. Ah. A series of miserable screams lingered on in the air. Chang Liang 5 people's torture made him hover between life and death. Chang Liang 5 people were not some guys who had not seen the world before. They had mingled among the bottom-level martial artists all year round. Disregarding cruel and merciless, the methods of torturing people sprung up in endless variations too. They were nice to their brothers. But toward enemies, they absolutely would not show mercy. The deaths of number 3 and number 7 made them hate Wang Yutao to the bones. See Chang Liang, aren't you all afraid of the Wang family's revenge for daring to treat this old man like this? Wang Yutao endured the intense pain and shouted. Chang Liang 5 people were thrilled the moment they heard and laughed mockingly as they said, Ayo, brothers, this old fart is threatening us right now, what do you think we should do? I'm so scared, are you all scared or not? Scared. I'm really scared of death. Big brother, why don't we help this old fogey up and beg him for mercy? Number 6 said. Chang Liang chuckled and said, yeah, second elder, spare the few of us brothers, alright? I know that we were wrong. PFFFT. Chang Liang laughed as he stabbed Wang Yutao again. Wang Yutao's face was green with pain. He gasped for air as he said, didn't you guys forget, the Wang family still has my elder brother. Chang Liang smiled coldly and said, using Wang Yuxiong that old fart to come and scare your father. Let you be scared of your father. Let you be scared of your father. The 5 brothers slashed one after another. Before long, they poked Wang Yutao into a sieve. Their blows were very appropriate, making Wang Yutao agonize to the point of hi+ing for death, but all these did not take his life. Under the 5 of their torture, Wang Yutao was almost breaking down. He seriously could not figure out where these few people got the confidence to actually not even place big brother Wang Yushen in their sight. His elder brother, Wang Yushen, was an initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. In this Jewel Hill city, that was a top of the class' existence. Even Yang Rui did not dare to make light of him too. These few barbarians actually did not take him seriously. Not only did they make light of him, but also when he mentioned his elder brother, those few guys also became aggravated instead. Time said, and in a twinkle, an hour's time was almost up. Wang Yutao suddenly felt his body gradually recover a bit of strength. This discovery made him inexplicably thrilled. Because he noticed that Chang Liang and the rest only cared about tormenting him and had forgotten about the time. As long as he waited a while more, in a short while, their doomsday would be here. He was praying that Chang Liang and the rest really forgot the time. Have you recovered some strength? Do you feel that there's still a hint of hope? Are you thinking of how to sentence us to death? Your father will tell you very responsibly, you're thinking too much. Actually, we did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. Chang Liang's voice was like a devil, shattering the last glimmer of Wang Yutao's hope. Chapter 1334, Wang Family Grievous News. Chapter 1334, Wang Family Grievous News. Thud. Wang Yugan's body fell onto the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Yugan, Yi Yuan, this. What's going on here? When Luo Jian saw the dead dog-like Wang Yugan, a look of shock was written all over his face. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could he possibly turn Wang Yugan into this manner? But the reality happened before his eyes. It was not up to him to not believe. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to bother with what happened. I brought this guy to you to deal with. Want to kill or dismember, it's up to you." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan as if he did not recognize the latter. Still being at the initial stage Grotto Profound, Yi Yuan's realm did not have the slightest hint of change. However, how in the world did he do it? Spare me. Yi Yuan, it was all this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you and Luo Jian. As long as you let this old man off, this old man is willing to pay any price, Wang Yugan said feebly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said just now, everything is up to brother Luo to decide. If he's willing to let you go, I have no objections either." The one who narrowly escaped death was Luo Jian. Yi Yuan would not make the decision on his behalf. The reason why he brought Wang Yugan here was in order to let Luo Jian vent his frustrations. Luo Jian was not a soft-hearted person. He would definitely kill this fellow. Luo, he had yet to start pleading for mercy when a streak of cold light flashed past. A powerful divine essence directly destroyed his life force. The high and mighty Wang Yugan died just like this. Luo Jian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him at all. With his personality, he would not be long-winded with the other party either. So much crap. This guy was still hoping for me to let him go. Really foolies. Plus Luo Jian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When people reach a hopeless situation, they always hope to live on. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't plead to live disgracefully," Luo Jian said coolly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How is it? Vented your anger yet?" Luo Jian nodded and said, "Thoughts are running smoothly, vented the anger." Yi Yuan, "How in the world did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you must help me keep the secret. Even the Tower Lord can't be told. Can you do it?" Luo Jian's expression choked up, and he shook his head and said, "Can't do it. Forget it, you'd better not say. You, kid, are really a freak, made me worry for nothing." Luo Jian was very broad-minded though. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan regarded him even higher. Yi Yuan could naturally perceive that Luo Jian very much wanted to know what in the world happened. But he did not wish to hide from Yang Rui too. Hence, he forcefully endured asking. As for Yi Yuan, he naturally did not have the need to hide from Luo Jian. It was just that he knew Luo Jian's temperament, that was why he did not tell him. After all, the current Gui Yun was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Oh, right, Wang Yutao and Wang Yumin both came. Where are they? They wouldn't also have. Luo Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Wang Yumin has already been killed by me. As for Wang Yutao, he must be savoring it greatly right now. Luo Jian's expression changed several times, and he said huffily, You, this guy, are really a freak. Before long, Chang Liang 5 people rushed over, directly kneeling down in unison when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks to your excellency for granting the wish, letting us take revenge for number 3 and number 7. From this day forth, the 5 of our lives will be sold to your excellency. If your excellency wants us to head east, we absolutely won't head west. If your excellency wants our lives, us brothers absolutely won't bat an eyelid. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan said coolly, What would I want your lives for? You all take these medicinal pills, go back and cultivate well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually threw a small bottle to Chang Liang. Chang Liang received it and took a look, and involuntarily shuddered all over, crying out in shock, Your Excellency, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Inside the small bottle was actually divine-grade divine essence pills. This kind of thing was originally a priceless item in Jewel Hill City. Having money could not buy it either. Yi Yuan's opening move was 10 pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just a few medicinal pills, it's not a big deal. Number 3 and number 7 being killed was caused by me in the end. These medicinal pills, just take it as compensation for you all. Chang Liang and the rest felt even more inexplicably grateful. He had already been stuck at middle stage Grotto Profound for many years and kept failing to break through. With this divine-grade divine essence pill, his breakthrough to late-stage Grotto Profound was already something that happened without extra effort. Not just him, these few brothers of his, by relying on these divine-grade divine essence pills, they would definitely have a huge advancement too. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Chang Liang 5 people were really on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan this time. What did you say? Say it again. At the Wang family's residence, Wang Lingbo suddenly stood up. He was yelling at a junior managing the ancestral temple. Family head, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, as well as the Wang family elites who were brought out this time, their soul lamps are all extinguished. The junior was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. The so-called soul lamp was lit with a trace of a martial artist's soul force, which could reflect the survival status of the martial artist. Once the soul lamp extinguished, the martial artist was either dead or trapped in some dangerous place. How is this possible? The 3 elders are all grand completion Grotto Profound powerhouses, who in this Jewel Hill City can eradicate all of them in one go. Wang Lingbo's entire body trembled as he said. That junior said with a mournful face, Family head, I also suspected that I saw wrongly at first. But I checked several times, their soul lamps are indeed all extinguished. Wang Lingbo plopped his bottom back down, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul. These 3 great elders were the Wang family's backbone strength. Once they died, the blow to the Wang family was seriously too great. There was even a possibility that the Wang family would never recover from this setback henceforth. They were to hunt down Yi Yuan. Could it be that they all died in Yi Yuan's hands? But how was this possible? Yi Yuan was just an initial stage Grotto Profound rookie. Even if he had Luo Jian protecting, it was also not possible to make the 3 great elders perish at the same time, right? Wang Lingbo could not figure out after racking his brains. After a long time, he said to the junior despondently, I got it. This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to leak a word, family punishment awaits. The junior hurriedly voiced his assent and took his leave. Wang Lingbo maintained that sitting posture, sitting the whole night. Ever since he received the position of family head from Wang Yuxian, it could be said to have been limitless glory. In the past, there had never been a moment where he was so helpless like now. Finally, at dawn, a haggard-looking WNG Lingbo got up and slowly walked into a secret underground room that was. "Father," WNG Lingbo shouted using a dry voice. Before long, an aged voice came from inside the secret room. "It's Lingbo, huh? Why?" Encountered some issues, WNG Lingbo opened his mouth and really did not know how to speak up. This isn't like your style. Could it be that this time, it was Yang Rui who personally took action, said the old man. After a long silence, WNG Lingbo finally plucked up his courage and used a close to teary voice and said, "Father, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, they all might have already fallen." Boom. The secret room's door directly exploded. A gust of strong wind blew out from inside. Chapter 1335, Revealing True Colors. Chapter 1335, Revealing True Colors. Late at night, a figure suddenly staggered into the Myriad Treasure Tower. But when Hong Yin saw this figure, she was taken aback with fright. It was only to see that this figure was covered in blood from top to bottom. It was as if he was hauled out from a blood pool, looking incomparably grim. "Luo Jian, what's with you? Where's Sir Yi?" Hong Yin recognized the arrival and hurriedly forward and helped him up. This figure was none other than precisely Luo Jian. "Q, quickly help me to go and meet the Tower Lord." Luo Jian gasped. "Oh, I'll help you over right now," Hong Yin said. Right at this time, Feng Ping flashed out from the inner hall and exclaimed, "Luo Jian, why have you suffered such serious injuries? Quickly come in, I'll treat it for you." Luo Jian's face was deathly pale. Seeing Feng Ping, he said weakly, "Many thanks for Elder Feng's good intentions, but the matter is urgent. My injuries, best treat it afterward." Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said, "Luo Jian, what in the world happened? Weren't you escorting Yi Yuan into the Yin Wind Den? Where is he?" Luo Jian said, "The WNG family sent out 3 elders to hunt us down, surrounding us at the Yin Wind Den. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had methods to control evil spirits. That was how he helped me to charge out of the heavy encirclement, making me return to seek help. The WNG family pursued Yi Yuan into the Yin Wind Den's interior and I lost contact with him. I rushed back without stopping once to ask Tower Lord for help." Feng Ping's expression changed drastically, and he said, This matter, only the few of us know. So how did the WANG family get the intel?" Luo Jian shook his head and said, "Don't know. Now isn't the time to look into this matter. Continue to drag on, Yi Yuan will likely be a goner. Hong Yin, quickly help me to go see Tower Lord." Hong Yin was also worried about Yi Yuan's safety and hurriedly helped Luo Jian in. After the two people left, the expression on Feng Ping's face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Vonnies. HI plussing into the dark night. Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Tower's money tree now. Yang Rui definitely won't look on with folded arms. Once he makes a move, the lives of those 3 elders of your WANG family will be difficult to guarantee. Inside the WANG family's study, Feng Ping's words were clearly somewhat anxious. But his words gave WANG Lingbo hope. He revealed a look of pleasant surprise on his face and said, "Is this true? My second uncle, they all are really still in the Yin Wind Den?" Feng Ping said urgently, "Why would I lie to you? Just earlier, Luo Jian returned to the Myriad Treasure Tower covered in blood. He already broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. You think about it, apart from your WNG family's 3 elders, who can injure him until like that? There was no time for him to even treat his injuries, and he wanted to go and see Yang Rui. It can be seen how dangerous the situation is. I'm afraid that Yang Rui will beat you to it. So I come to inform you right away. You quickly get Lord Yuxiong to take action. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine." This news was seriously too pleasantly surprising, sweeping WANG Lingbo's depressed mood clean. WANG Lingbo hurriedly said, "Okay. You go back first. Don't arouse their suspicions. I'll go and meet my father right now and invite his elderly self to take action. These 2 days, he didn't have any appetite." 1 tea for food over second uncle and their matter. Feng Ling nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll return right away." Not long after he left, a person rode a horse out of the Wang family, swift as lightning, galloping over towards outside the city. After Feng Ping came out of the Wang family, his entire person also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had the ability to control evil spirits, and was actually able to withstand the besieging of 3 mighty grand completion grotto profound powerhouses. It looked like he really underestimated him. But with Wang Yuxian making a move, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape his doom this time. Yo, it's the evening now. Elder Feng still has the leisurely mood to come out for a stroll. How pleasant. Feng Ping was currently pondering when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, making him jump in fright. Turning around to look, Feng Ping's ALLS popped out. Yi Yuan, why you? Why would you be here? Aren't you? Aunt. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. When Feng Ping saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked until he was stumbling over his words. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ping with a smile that was not a smile and said smilingly, "Is Elder Feng trying to say, shouldn't I be trapped at the Yin Wind Den currently? Why would I show up here?" Feng Ping said in surprise, "Why yeah, didn't Luo Jian say? It's great that you're fine. Cha-ha." Feng Ping's reaction was fast too, hastily changing his tune. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder Feng, do you think the injuries that this Yi did to Luo Jian was still passable? It seems like even you didn't see through either." Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said in a grim voice, "You. What do you mean?" "Heh, what do I mean? This is night time. Elder Feng is coming out of the Myriad Treasure Tower's sworn enemy's residence. I wonder what's the meaning of it." Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Monstrous waves stirred up in Feng Ping's heart. But he still harbored a hint of getting lucky and feigned ignorance and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Which eye of yours saw me coming out of the Wang family?" "Yi Yuan, you don't make unfounded remarks." "Make unfounded remarks? Heh, the ones who saw you come out from the Wang family wasn't just me alone," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, several people appeared behind Yi Yuan. The one in the lead had an incredibly solemn demeanor. How could it be if not Yang Rui? Yang Rui's appearance shattered the last trace of hope in Feng Ping's heart. He finally understood that this play tonight was a total trap. Yi Yuan set up this trap in order to make him head to the Wang family, and he waddled over just like that. Yang Rui looked at Feng Ping and said with a look of pain, "When Luo Jian told me this matter, I still didn't believe it." Feng Ping. Yang Rui, examined my conscience and feel that I didn't treat you shabbily. Why did you betray the Myriad Treasure Tower? Feng Ping knew that there was zero chance of getting lucky today and said with a cold snort, "I didn't betray the Myriad Treasure Tower, I just want this boy dead. With this boy around, Feng Ping, will never come a day where I raise my head up here in the future. The Myriad Treasure Tower can only have one chief alchemist, and that is me, Feng Ping." Hearing these words, Yang Rui looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh, and he said, "Hence, you gave Yi Yuan's intel to the Wang family, and borrowed the Wang family's hands to kill Yi Yuan?" Feng Ping said in a solemn voice, "That's right. The Myriad Treasure Tower, there's no him if there's me, no me if there's him. Ever since this boy came to the Myriad Treasure Tower, have you looked me straight in the eye once?" Yang Rui was enraged until he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said solemnly, "You clearly know Yi Yuan's importance to the Myriad Treasure Tower. How could you actually still do such a thing?" Feng Ling smiled coldly and said, "So what? This boy's origins are unknown, his ident. One tie uncertain. You all actually used such a guy and paid no heed to me. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower." "Heh, for the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower, so you even sold out your own bro? It's fine if you betrayed me, but Luo Jian has fought alongside you for so many years. How could you bear it?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Those who accomplish great things doesn't bother with trifles. Saying any more is pointless. Before dying, I only wish to know, what in the world happened to those 3 old fellows from the Wang family?" Feng Ping said. He was unresigned. He still did not believe until now that Yi Yuan could escape the Wang family's three great elders' pursuit. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, all dead. The Wang family sent out 16 people this time, and all of them are dead. Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly be those three old fellows' match? I don't believe it. Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the three of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, the reality is, I'm standing here right now, while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? Wang Yuxiong will know whether the three of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Yin Wind Den to inquire. Wang Yuxiong was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the Wang family's people if he had nothing to do was also pretty good. When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage grotto profound rookie, finished off those three great elders of the Wang family. Those three people were all grotto profound deity realms peak powerhouses already. Under Heaven Glimpse, virtually no one was their match. Unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse deity realm strength, otherwise, it was very hard to dispose of all three of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the Wang family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sights. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was, it was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sigh, Elder Feng, you and I have worked together for many years but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life, but I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this conclusion. Only see the newcomers smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Heh. Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts Yi Yuan in an important position, I touched my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said. Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to your preference. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said. When Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, Luo Jian. Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Ah. Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ping cried out miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine C, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, Young friend Yi Yuan, this time, I've made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my Myriad Treasure Tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here. At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the Myriad Treasure Tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the Wang family's three great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also this Yi saying that. If not for this Yi, the myriad treasure tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well. Yang Rui waved his hand and said, "Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as well. Even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the myriad treasure tower eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths, only alchemy is par sable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists." Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, "Then I'll have to trouble young friend." Talking with smart people was effortless. Feng Ping being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs, and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy god over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could 2-star alchemy gods refine divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists and mortals were the population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the Wang family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the myriad treasure tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest-level Tier 1 low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the myriad treasure tower's reputation. This period of time, the myriad treasure tower's business virtually skyrocketed, snatc, hing away more than half of the 3 great families' business all at once. The myriad treasure tower's glory was unparalleled. While Yi Yuan himself entered close seclusion after preparing sufficient quantities of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly. Comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world-suppressing stele and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself, this is a prolonged process. Maybe, you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method, maybe, you'll waste massive amounts of time. Inside the world-suppressing stele, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before back when we were at the Immortal Grove region, that I want to walk a path that belongs to me. No matter how arduous this path is." Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament, and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, "You, this fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts." Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing stele's SPACE, an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the cloud. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing stele's main body. Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. "You, this punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heavenspan mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dared to offend it," Dustless said. Chapter 1337, Correspondence Point. Chapter 1337, Correspondence Point. Lesser Heavenspan Mountain? Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing stele for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was like when he was still at the immortal grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible, this lesser heavenspan mountain is the world-suppressing stele's main body, holding in store great Tao. Even a heavenly emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dared to profane heaven's prestige, Dustless said. Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the heavenspan mountain was indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said. How would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you, but you had already made a move. Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled sadly and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser heavenspan mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers, wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued, the lesser heavenly empyrean immortal grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly empyrean immortal grove is unfathomable. With immortal grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser heavenspan mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the heavenspan mountain, containing this portion of heavenly Tao's might. It's just a shame that heavenly empyrean immortal grove did not break through to heavenly emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser heavenspan mountain's secrets. Yi Yuan's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in shock, this lesser heavenspan mountain's background is so great. If I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao contained inside the lesser heavenspan mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Tao ancestor? Dustless smiled coldly and said, Heh, you're dreaming. Do you think that this heavenly Tao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser heavenspan mountain, being able to fully comprehend the first-level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time. Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the immortal grove world, he entered Tao with alchemy, and even triggered the resonance of great Tao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time. Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser heavenspan mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, lesser heavenspan mountain, already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real heavenspan mountain is. Could it be that even Tao ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Tao on the heavenspan mountain? Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing stele was really a heaven-defying treasure. Disregarding that its potential was limitless, for others to want to go to the heavenspan mountain to comprehend great Tao, they must arrive at the heavenspan mountain in person. But, as long as he possessed this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Tao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Tao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong sending Carnuor into the immortal grove world, maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong probably only suspected and did not know the lesser heavenspan mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Carnuor over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would absolutely make a move personally. His thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful, and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser heavenspan mountain, once exposed, what he would have to face would likely be the entire heavenspan world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser heavenspan mountain. This lesser heavenspan mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poor comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser heavenspan mountain, it was no use either, their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to accumulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to heaven glimpse deity realm all their life. With the lesser heavenspan mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Tao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser heavenspan mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Tao while perfecting the cultivation method, all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw, could he start cultivating. With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation methods. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method, so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion grotto profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second-level cultivation method, laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future. This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe, it was hard. As hard as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. Those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm. Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost. Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor Rel. No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be? Except, Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Tao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own effort. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big. But when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Tao was boundless. When Yi Yuan started visualizing, he felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all. In front of heavenly Tao, he, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant. Time passed day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with heavenly Tao. Just like reeling silk from cock. OONS, without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world suppressing Steely's SPACE. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged. Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait, but can that little laness afford to wait? By Yi Yuan's ear, came Dustless's mocking. Chapter 1338, WANG Family's Main Family Arriving. Chapter 1338, WANG Family's Main Family Arriving. WANG Family's branch, WANG Yuxiong, has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the WANG family's hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even WANG Yuxiong, this Wang family's leader, could only stand in the hall. Wang Lingbo was even only able to stand behind Wang Yuxiong and did not even have the qualifications to speak. Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place Wang Yuxiong in his sights. Wang Yuxiong, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed. A Wang family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone, Wang Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when Wang Yuxiong and Wang Lingbo heard these words. Jewel Hill City's Wang family was merely a branch of the Wang family. The Wang family's main family was in Brightrace City. The Heavenspan world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heavenspan world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks, namely, counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest-level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter. Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities. Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too, before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all divine lord realm and above. Jewel Hill City and Brightrace City were both counties, both belonging to Wu Meng capital city. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Brightrace City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already said since the Wang family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan. In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's Wang family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses, waiting for this day. Wang Yuxiong made a trip to the Yin Wind Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the Wang family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish. But Wang Yuxiong very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the Wang family's elites, regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Wang family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will but lacking in strength to fight with the other families. His thought reaching here, Wang Yuxiong decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden, informing Brightrace City's Wang family's main family about the matter on this side. Jewel Hill City's Wang family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Brightrace City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day. 3 years had said, the Wang family's main family finally sent Wang Su and Wang Shenfeng here. This Wang Su was an outstanding member of the Wang family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion grotto profound level expert. Wang Shenfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy god. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business, everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The Wang family was the strongest, the Lu and Lin Tu families followed, the Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the Wang family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business methods. Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the Wang family's strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor, what the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the Wang family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the maximum. We were caught off guard too, Wang Yuxiong said. Although his realm was higher than Wang Su's, he did not dare to offend him. This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. Heh, an initial stage grotto profound turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? Wang Su said with a cold smile. What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true. Wang Su was naturally aware of the news that Wang Yuxiong reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's Wang family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful. All these information were mere excuses. Wang Yuxiong did not dare to refute and said to Wang Lingbo, Lingbo, present the thing and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look. Wang Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. Wang Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain. Divine grade divine essence pill? Heh, what does lowest grade tier 1 low grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian? Wang Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this and said, Oh, Yuxiong, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill, it's nothing at all. With this old man around, his myriad treasure tower has to coil even if it's a dragon too. Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me, Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years, and have made great contributions for the main family. Head Elder specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Wang Xuanfeng's words made Wang Yuxiong and Wang Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples. Upon entering the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time. But being able to let elite disciples enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise. Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian. Thank you very much, Head Elder, Wang Yuxiong said agitatedly. Wang Shenfeng smiled and said, With this, Yuxiong, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right? These few years, Wang Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeeze the myriad treasure tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point. Wang Yuxiong's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, Rest assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family. Wang Yuxiong realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower. 10 years. Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress. Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear non-stop. Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time, you still have time to turn back now. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up. Dustless said crossly, Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, Yeah, why am I so stupid? Giving up a ready-made road and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way. Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. You kid, what did you think of again? Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me. Don't you agree, Senior? Dustless nodded woodenly and said, That is, of course. Then, Senior, what's my strongest path? Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, Naturally, Alchemy Dao. You want to use Alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills? Yi Yuan chuckled but did not say anything, stifling Dustless badly. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill back then, it was a focused practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill. And now, Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank 1-star alchemy God to the limit. In this aspect, the myriad treasure tower's powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines. Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Tao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Tao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task, Yi Yuan had once done before in the Immortal Grove world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times. Time Pares said inside the world suppressing steely. In a blink, 120 years Pares said. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words: a solid foundation, diligent practice. Expending 120 years and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties, this was an exceedingly dreary thing to others. Even for alchemists, not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly. After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills. He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained, and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures. This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly as if taking sugar plums. Spring went and autumn arrived, summer left and winter came. Time Pares said year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky. Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser Heavenspan mountain in front of him. The lesser Heavenspan mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland. He finally knocked open this door using alchemy Tao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial techniques. They started rolling around in his mind non-stop. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 Characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser Heavenspan mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had Pares said either. The elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the Heavenspan world, all martial artists' holy land, Heavenspan Mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb at all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the Heavenspan Mountain flying, miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air. No matter how powerful their strength was, this was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire Heavenspan Mountain, making the originally mysterious Heavenspan Mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the Heavenspan Mountain was already devoid of people. What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain? Who the hell knows what happened? Ouch, your father cultivated to the true God realm and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the Heavenspan Mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heavens prestige. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the Heavenspan Mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run. Suddenly, someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble. The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a massive rumble, and rippled out into the distance. Achahaha, I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time, I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true God too. Ha ha ha. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner. Under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy, the martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan Mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is Russ. Plussing down right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan Mountain, the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us, you lived the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said. Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan Mountain, an aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly, someone said, hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan Mountain gives me this time, is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Haha, Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan Mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? Ha ha ha, this old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies, retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche already. Once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through. The feeling that this gives me is like benefiting all life. Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more. But, even if it's as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan Mountain like this before. Why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, that's because the Heavenspan Mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However, apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so? Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, oh Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. What? What happened? I feel like I'm almost unable to breathe. What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City? What terrifying pressure. I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore. It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My God, what in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It wouldn't fall down, right? If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust. Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos, when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess. Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly. That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in whirs. Hi plus P. Not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wu Meng capital city's region, everyone was able to see this giant mountain. It was too big. Boundlessly huge. Elder Shen, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City. Once this giant mountain falls, none of us can escape. WNG family. WNG Su's expression changed drastically as he said. In close to 30 years' time, WANG Su and WANG Shenfeng had always stayed in the WANG family, causing immense pressure for the myriad treasure tower. It was just that seeing that towering heaven-span mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble. Wang Shenfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, "Let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill City can't be preserved." After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying hello. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill City's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even the city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping. That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying. How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the Myriad Treasure Tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. "Tower Lord, aren't we going?" Su Linpu said. Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either. What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. Sigh, yeah. The Heavenspan world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire Heavenspan mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible? Yang Rui muttered. In a twinkle, 30 years par-s said in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world suppressing Steely. However, right when the entire Heavenspan world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless in grey clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked probingly, "You, kid, what the hell did you do?" With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, "Did what? Senior, haven't you been watching all along? I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me." Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the hell Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity. Do you know that right now, Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The Heavenspan mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. Heavenspan mountain? Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly, the mountains shook and the earth trembled. The Heavenspan mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world changed colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the Heavenspan mountain. Arg! In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world suppressing Steely's SPACE, his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. "Senior, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. "You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you?" Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, "Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you, what the hell did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment?" Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this Heavenspan mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method and just finish. Hare, asked you not to mess around, you insisted on doing it. Now, you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it." Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The heaven-span mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City, one small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the heaven-span mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge heaven-span mountain dissipated into nothing just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain? Chaha, saved. I didn't die. Ha ha ha, where did that giant mountain go? My god, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flass. Hi+ing, returning inside the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE once more. That instant he saw the lesser heaven-span mountain, a feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser heaven-span mountain, the color seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent, and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser heaven-span mountain for millions of years and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The Ma's Civ lesser heaven-span mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's eyeballs were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me, I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method, that's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, just what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser heaven-span mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heaven-span Cannon. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method Chaos Heaven-span Cannon? Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, could it be that this cultivation method you created called down the heaven-span mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years have already said inside the world-suppressing Steely. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heaven-span Cannon. Already been 30 years. I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Without his medicinal pills, for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand out among the Ma's says, it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion but was stopped by Dustless. Hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage Grotto Profound. It's just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage. This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is. Dustless said. He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heaven-span world? Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, what Senior says makes sense. It's not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through. Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeves. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. All of them were divine-grade divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore. If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. Divine-grade divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the lesser Heavenspan mountain. As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and as salted middle stage grotto profound. The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created. Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "What wrong?" Dustless asked, rather nervously. Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's IEB. ALLS stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Are refined? You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade divine essence pill?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked as he said, "Yeah. I just revolved the cultivation method, and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence, entering the divine sea." Hang on, the divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser. With this, the two people were utterly bewildered. Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle stage grotto profound. But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the hell kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right? Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill again." Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine-grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too. But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill he refined it could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them into his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more. 3 pills were still too little. Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another. Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 60, 70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him like jelly beans. By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60 to 70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage grotto profound currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money non-stop. Otherwise, with my current appetite, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence, see if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, My divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen %." Dustless nodded and said, "Then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity, truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance." Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past or the divine essence he cultivated now. Martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality, the impurities accumulated became more and more. Once reading The Cultivation Bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power. But a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass South Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage Grotto Profound, it still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Got to go out and refine anew, Yi Yuan said helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other three great families. Hongyin, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hongyin, who was currently snoozing. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Fang Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior, bang. Fang Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Tang Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Tang Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Senior, do you feel it? Ha, we're finally able to break through to the deity realm." Fang Tian smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now. Just earlier, Fang Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fang Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This Immortal Grove region, he was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Ting Yun said excitedly, "Haha, yes, not only is Yi Yuan alive, but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine, it's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the Immortal Grove region." Fang Tian had a look of relief and said, "Yeah. These few years, I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise." How could Fang Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fang Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Sky Distant. Come, go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, An enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha. Divine Tao laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Ha ha ha. Skydistant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Skydistant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion heaven glimpse deity realm. White light, it's really great. Big brother Yuan he's alright. The Leah who had always been cool and quiet was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, we have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the Heavenspan world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again. Heavenly Tao returning anew, I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades. Leah nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades, she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down all along. Now, she wished that she could enter close seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Gods4 mountain range, land of exile. The ancestor here was the same as Skydistant, also returning to the deity realm. Junna, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time, said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said, it's been hard on him these few years. Ancestor smiled and said, you don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuana returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky? Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, what ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that. While at this time, Kunwu looked in the direction of the world-locking gate and murmured, that boy really made it there safely. However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years, could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible. Sigh, really envious of Dustless that old fart, to be able to follow there. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord realm before he could deliver Heavenly Tao and Mystic Qi to the Immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord realm, this was simply nonsense. Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall? Yi Yuan asked. Isn't it still the WANG family? Ever since Sir took care of the WNG family, they were very low profile the first few years, low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star alchemy god from Bright Rays City's main family, SNATC, hing away the Myriad Treasure Tower's glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and WANG family. We are already almost unable to hold on anymore, Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star alchemy god? The WANG family really played a big move, to actually even move out a 2-star alchemy god. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament, after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the WANG family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the WANG family, the City Lord Manor would definitely have to intervene, so he let them off. He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistakes. It went from bad to worse instead. Sir Yi, that 2-star alchemy god of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push forth divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills. They are trying to exterminate us once and for all, Hong Yin said indignantly. Inviting a 2-star alchemy god already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the Wang family invited a 2-star alchemy god, why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star alchemy god from the higher-ups? Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this, Sir doesn't know this. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wu Meng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence, 2-star and above alchemy gods are all scarce resources. Normally, they are all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them, but Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turned a blind eye and let us run our own course. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Although he had long guessed a little, the Myriad Treasure Tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a Heavenly Emperor's business, to actually perform so miserably. So, we can only rely on our own efforts. Yi Yuan said. Hong Yin nodded helplessly and said, it's this logic. But, they have a 2-star alchemy god. We can't win this battle, no matter what. Yi Yuan smiled and said, a 2-star alchemy god sounds impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills, and can afford to use them, how many are there? Hong Yin said, but the Wang family's tier 1 middle-grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death. Yi Yuan said with a nod, tier 1 middle-grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier. Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan said with a smile, alright, I'll go and meet Tower Lord. Oh, right, is Miss Wanru still alright? Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, couldn't be better. Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already surpassed said mine now. Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said, she improved so quickly. Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago. In a short few decades, Liang Wanru surpassed said Hong Yin. This kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, yeah, I'm already no longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right? Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head, and said, don't talk nonsense. This Yi's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love debt again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what. He owed Lia and Mu Lingxue too much and could no longer accommodate others in his heart. Looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise, she'll probably fall deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan muttered to himself helplessly. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. Oh my! Younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower would have to close down shop for good. Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said. Under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord need not worry. The Myriad Treasure Tower's matters, I've already learned from Hong Yin there. Yang Rui's gaze glinted. At first it was a pleasant surprise. But very soon, it was doubt again as he said, "You really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage grotto profound. Want to refine Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, one naturally required their strength to reach the middle-grade grotto profound first. The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase, but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into closed seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord, rest assured, you just send the word out. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is going to roll out a brand new Tier 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade." Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence increasing pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage grotto profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation, without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means to be able to refine divine-grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine-grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence-increasing pills. However, divine-grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence-increasing pills. The reason was that divine-grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine-grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine-grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After Wang Shenfeng came to the Wang family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of Tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. "Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? Double the effect of the essence-increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before?" Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wu Meng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle-stage grotto profound used were also essence-increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pill's medicinal properties was double that of the essence-increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence-increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. This Yi saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient Cla's sick record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it again after waiting for this Yi to refine it." Yi Yuan giving Yang Rui a heads up right now was naturally in order to garner IEB and let the essence cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Dao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Dao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. When at the Immortal Grove region, he already created numerous pill formulas. Now, Yi Yuan entered Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method. His understanding toward alchemy Dao also became even deeper. Coupled with that, he already fully grasped those several thousand kinds of Tier 1 spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Creating a few pill formulas was nothing much to Yi Yuan. The essence cultivating pill was one of them. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, this brother doesn't mean that, don't you misunderstood me. It's just that younger brother's words are too shocking, that's why this brother would be so astonished." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord don't have to stand on ceremony. For this Yi to be able to have today, it was all thanks to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This Yi isn't someone who shows rat. One tude for kindness, why would I get angry because of this small matter?" Chapter 1344, Giving It to You. Chapter 1344, Giving It to You. Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They are going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what again? Essence cultivating pill. Right. It's essence cultivating pill. Goodness gracious, it's remarkable. I heard that this essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects are double that of the essence increasing pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, our Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the Myriad Treasure Tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see. The word that the Myriad Treasure Tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City. But the majority of the people were not optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower. Essence cultivating pill, this medicinal pill, nobody had heard of it before at all. At least, within the entire Wu Meng capital city's area, no one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief, let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the Wang family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the Myriad Treasure Tower being able to bring out this essence-cultivating pill? Wang Su asked. Wang Shenfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, "In my view, not even 10%. The essence-increasing pill's formula has been circulated in the Heavenspan world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill even stronger than it possibly appears? Take 10,000 steps back, even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy, nonsense." Hearing Wang Shuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. Since that's the case, then it's the Myriad Treasure Tower that's at the end of its ropes, Wang Yuxiong said. Wang Shenfeng smiled and said, "I think they should be failing already. All these years, they have probably reached the limit already." Wang Shuanfeng's words made everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the Myriad Treasure Tower's defeat. Wang Yuxiong said joyfully, squeezing away the Myriad Treasure Tower, "It was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family. Who, Elder Yuxiong, don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Bright Ray City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill," Wang Su said with a laugh. Wang Yuxiong was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this Wang Su's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing, and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything. But not saying was equivalent to saying it. Bright Ray City's main family's young generation, the Compet. One Taion was very fierce too. For Wang Su to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. Wen Jiuxiong was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of Wang Su's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jewel Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in Wang Yuxiong's eyes. Wang Shenfeng smiled and said, "That is, of course. That kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too." Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The Wang family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease? Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright, an expression like having seen a ghost. "You! How did you break through?" Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage grotto profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating, from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound, it needed several thousand years no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods, under the accumulation of large quant. Ties of medicinal pills, it also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonishing yet. But this time, it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days, could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Had some enlightenment during the previous closed seclusion. The closed seclusion this time broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills." Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, "You really refined the essence cultivating pill?" Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look." A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength. Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive. Even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength from the appearance, that abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. "Younger brother, can I try it?" Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight fluid ustr. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence increasing pill, but that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Linpu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, "How is it, Tower Lord?" Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire Heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire Heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artist." Su Linpu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy, benefiting the entire Heavenspan world. It could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the maximum. This evaluation was too high. But Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, "This is the essence cultivating pill's pill formula, I'll give it to Tower Lord." These few years, This ye received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence cultivating pill's pill formula as payment. Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, "Younger brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence cultivating pill means?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord." Chapter 1345, Sold Out. Chapter 1345, Sold Out. Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula. This move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula, so how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence-cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague, spreading throughout the entire heavenspan world. That way, the essence-cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But, if the Myriad Treasure Tower possessed the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, it was completely different. The Myriad Treasure Tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little Tier 1 middle-grade pill formula either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence-cultivating pill is released, the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like cruise. Plussing dead leaves. And Yang Rui contributing the pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relations. PS greatly. He only took out such a in order to save the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future, we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call Brother Yang. Brother Yang, this essence-cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If Elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me." Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new one-star alchemy god that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the Myriad Treasure Tower's predicament at all. Came late again, you bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower is going to release another batch of essence-cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier, can't even drink a mouthful of soup. In it, I'll give you 50 divine essence stones, you give your place to me, how's that? Screw off. Want to buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones? 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence-cultivating pill, you must share with me one, I'll buy at the original price. Go to you. As soon as the essence-cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence-cultivating pills. The rest, he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many. But it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence-cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects, the people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. 1T. Hence, the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing, everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower's sales immediately became explosive to the maximum. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence-increasing pill. Who would still go and buy the essence-increasing pill? Hence, not just the WNG family, inside the Lu family and Lin family's shops, it virtually became completely deserted overnight. WNG family, everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles anxiously. Elder Shen, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence-cultivating pill to exist? Now, we don't have any response measures at all, and are very passive, WNG Su grumbled. Wang Xuanfeng's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more, it was an embarrassment. He said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence-cultivating pill. Now, this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, WNG Su knew that even if the WNG family responded in advance, facing the essence-cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence-cultivating pill's appearance means? Wang Shenfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on anymore, Wang Su said crossly. These few decades, in order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the Myriad Treasure Tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the Myriad Treasure Tower to death, but instead, let the Myriad Treasure Tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. Wang Shenfeng smiled coldly and said, "Foolies. H. Plus Wang Su, your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence-cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to amass countless riches." Wang Su smiled coldly and said, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? It's just, do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out? Wang Shenfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. Wang Su looked at Wang Shenfeng and continued, therefore, this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, Hearing Wang Su's analysis made Wang Shenfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. Wang Yuxiong said, then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold until they fall out. Wang Su nodded his head and said, that's right. Wang Yuxiong's expression was ugly as he said, but our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower's vast wealth after all. These few years, we've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the Myriad Treasure Tower hasn't fallen, and our WNG family will collapse first. Wang Su had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the WNG family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, these 2 days, I'll ask for help from the main family, have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now, Just see who can last longer. Chapter 1346, A Lucky Chance. Chapter 1346, A Lucky Chance. Elder Feng, how is it? You refined it. The one asking was Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower's Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "This old man has cultivated alchemy Dao for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that I actually can't even refine a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill." Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant, and he said, "Failed? This isn't possible, right? A mere Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill, even you, this peak 3-star alchemy God, actually can't refine it." Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence cultivating pills pill formula that Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists and started refining the essence cultivating pill according to the pill formula. But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy GODS. But among these 2-star alchemy GODS, there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy God to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy God, Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, "This pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy Dao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment." Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint. When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence cultivating pill's pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? "I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve." "Sigh," Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, "Tower Lord, I have an idea." Han Tian said listlessly, "What idea Elder Feng has, feel free to say." Xiao Feng said, "I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City." Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, "This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him here." To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine. At least on the refinement of Tier 1 divine pills, I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to surpass this old man in the future. We should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our Myriad Treasure Tower, he'll definitely be a pillar of the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future." Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, "Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wu Meng capital city." Xiao Feng said, Not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me." Half a year's time said in a twinkle since the Myriad Treasure Tower launched the essence cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of Wang family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow to them. The Lin family and Lu family were still a little better. But the Wang family was already spending more than they earned. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan's split that Wang Su said with certainty, they kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE, comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rui crazy with delight. The myriad treasure tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day, Yang Rui was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart. The divine essence stones that the myriad treasure tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Bright Rays City, that kind of large county. Finally, the Wang family could not sit still anymore. At this time, Wang Su was currently at Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. Who, younger brother Wang Su, how have you been? I heard that your brother, Wang Song, already broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse, right? City Lord Chen Yongyan said with a laugh. Wang Su smiled and said, Brother Chen's intel is very up to date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year. Chen Yongyan said with an envious look, Wang Song's talent is exceedingly high and also has the Wang family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day. Wang Su smiled and said, Brother Chen, you're the lord of a city, wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious. Chen Yongyan chuckled and said, Younger brother Wang Su coming this time, it's not for no reason, right? Wang Su silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, that is, of course, but, the matter of cultivation, Brother Chen doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's Wang family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiong. Don't you agree? Wang Yuxiong by the side hurriedly said, that is, of course. In the past, it was our Wang family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, Your Excellency, is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time, our Wang family prepared a slight gift, just take it as an apology. Wang Yuxiong's heart was dripping blood. Even if the Wang family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tributes. Wang Su, Wang Shenfeng, and now, throwing in another Chen Yongyan, this expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists were still a little better. But Wang Shenfeng and Chen Yongyan were both Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm martial artists. Their expenditure, to the Wang family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the Wang family collapsing entirely, clearly this result, he could still accept. All of this was brought by Yi Yuan, that punk. Wang Yuxiong had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Chen Yongyan was Wu Meng Academy's same year students with Wang Su's elder brother, Wang Song. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng capital city's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng capital city. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be City Lord, while the other became Deputy City Lord at Bright Rays City. Although one was head and one was deputy, because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too. Wang Song, this Deputy City Lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Chen Yongyan, this City Lord. Furthermore, Wang Song broke through to the late-stage Heaven Glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wu Meng capital city. To talk about this Chen Yongyan, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox. The myriad treasure tower and Wang family's struggle, he naturally took it into his sights. But bad his time all along, waiting for the Wang family to come and find him. Now, the Wang family indeed could not hold on anymore. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The City Lord Manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the Wang family take the initiative to pay tributes to him. These were filling his own pockets. Who, Elder Yuxiong is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord this time, is it because of the myriad treasure towers matters? Only now did Chen Yongnian lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? A banquet with hidden dangers. Yi Yuan, this banquet, you mustn't go. Yang Rui said solemnly. At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long, City Lord Manor had always remained silent. This time, they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just go. Why shouldn't I go? They are aiming at the essence cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end. Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy. Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself. I know, but I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you, Yang Rui said. No way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord, right? Yi Yuan said puzzledly. Yang Rui sighed and said, you don't know this. That Wang Su, who came from the Wang family's main family, his elder brother came out of Wu Meng Academy with City Lord Chen Yongnian. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, you're saying that they are acting in collusion, all targeting us? Yang Rui nodded and said, if barring no accidents, it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go. The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity, everybody lay it out on the table, that's better. Yang Rui said anxiously, goodness, why are you so obstinate? That City Lord Chen Yongnian is a middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Once he steals his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Tower Lord is overly concerned. Even if they have that layer of relations. Hi+P, I think the City Lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his ident. One tie is placed there. Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Chen Yongnian could have misgivings about the Myriad Treasure Tower's prestige and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The City Lord Manor's main hall was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous too. That young City Lord on the seat of honor also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relations. Hi+P with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had Pares said did Chen Yongnian bring up the topic. Thank you all for giving this City Lord this face, to be able to come to the City Lord Manor and get together. Everyone, all present here are my Jewel Hill City's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it, doesn't everyone agree? Chen Yongnian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. City Lord, Your Excellency, is right. Lu family's old head said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth, haha. Lin family's old head also concurred. But Wang Su smiled faintly and said, what Brother Chen says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing. Chen Yongnian looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, Tower Lord Yang, what say you? Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, this, he was very reluctant. When the Myriad Treasure Tower was about to go out of business back then, why didn't you, Chen Yongnian, say so? Now that the Wang family was collapsing, you came forward to posture. Except, the pressure that Chen Yongnian gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect. More importantly, what Chen Yongnian represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK, City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent. Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zitian, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as Wang Lingbo, could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chen Yongnian's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Chen Yongnian felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage heaven glimpse Yang Rui yielded, this punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards this city lord's words? Chen Yongnian said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chen Yongnian, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious, I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning. When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it. But, got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Chen Yongnian reined in his temper and said, This city lord said earlier, everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Don't you say so? Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, Enemy? Who's the enemy? My enemy sup is drunken wind in's little red. Could it be that city lord knows this ye likes this and called her here too? Drunken Wind Inn was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This, Yi Yuan still knew. But Little Red was him talking nonsense. Chen Yongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries. This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rui sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while Wang Su and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city lord in Jewel Hill City was not some wise move. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rui, Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years, and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure tower's attitude? This cold snort, Chen Yongnian used the aura of middle stage heaven glimpse. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he was just about to speak but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, Haha, turns out what city lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier. You don't say, how would I know? Burying the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea city lord, Your Excellency, has? Chen Yongnian was just about to suppress Yang Rui with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chen Yongnian did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. It was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a heavenly emperor powerhouse's business. Chen Yongnian endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pill's selling rights and share some with the Wang, Lin, and Lu, 3 families. Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence. Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence Bullying People Too Far. The moment Chen Yongnian's voice faded, Yang Rui quickly stood up, with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today, this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chen Yongnian brought the three great families to force an abdication. Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down and talk. Seeing Yang Rui did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chen Yongnian's body, oppressing Yang Rui. In an instant, Yang Rui felt immense pressure. The strength of middle stage heaven glimpse was much stronger than initial stage heaven glimpse. Yang Rui did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rui could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chen Yongnian's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression, but contained a kind of Tao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chen Yongnian's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chen Yongnian was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Tao heart would collapse. Chen Yongnian withdrew his aura, the pressure on Yang Rui's body suddenly eased up. But his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle-stage grotto profound actually made a middle-stage heaven glimpse's aura give a wide berth. This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the lesser Heavenspan mountain. It also originated from the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the entire Heavenspan world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city lord making him sit down, isn't it in order to discuss properly? It was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. This city lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chen Yongnian found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto-profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame this Yi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price. The profits of the essence cultivating pill, everybody is aware. Their three families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? We also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the three of our families, the Myriad Treasure Towers business can also forget about operating any further. Wang Su said coolly. These words were rather shameless. Use one's butt to think and the person would also know that what Wang Su was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, that's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence cultivating pill can't be given you all. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui. Yi Yuan, Yang Rui said anxiously. The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other three families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses. Wang Su forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, what conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard, I believe everyone won't refuse. Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City, mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path. Half a year Par S said, the essence cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places. Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance, in order to buy the essence cultivating pill. At present, the essence cultivating pill's price rose again and again. But the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of ducks. This medicinal pill's profits were too great. How could Wang Su not be delighted? Not just him, the other two families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger." Hearing these words, the three families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the myriad treasure tower was still afraid of the city lord manor in the end. Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward Wang Lingbo and said indifferently, "His life, exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling right. How is it? It's a good deal, right?" The rest were still okay, but the Wang family's people's faces all changed drastically. Wang Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Brat, what do you mean?" Wang Su's face fell, and he said, "Are you making a fool out of our three families?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "This is already my greatest sincerity." At the Yin Wind Den, the Wang family's three great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. "Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the Wang family be buried in death." Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower. That was why he would spare Wang Lingbo's life. With his temper, directly exterminating the Wang family back then was also not impossible. But now, these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him? Make my Wang family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiment. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto profound, Wang Yuxiong said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan, everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the Wang family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now, while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city lord face and drop this matter at that. All right? Chen Yongnian finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "The essence cultivating pills profits. There's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree, everything can be discussed. Disagree, then there's no need to discuss anymore." Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar. Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart, he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan. This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. Wang Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice. If it were Wang Yuxiong, then it would appear too insincere. Wang Lingbo was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist and did not count as much. But he was also the Wang family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto Wang Lingbo. Especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, their gazes faintly looked towards him. What was even more damnable was that Wang Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over. Clearly, he was very conflicted. Who was Wang Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation? Wang Su, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansman because of this boy's one sentence? Wang Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Chapter 1349, Everyone Kicks a Man Who Is Down. Chapter 1349, Everyone Kicks a Man Who Is Down. Cough, cough, elder brother has misunderstood. How can this Wang have this kind of idea? Wang Su said, rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted. Wang Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family. Losing one to exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights was still very worth it. But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart, whether or not to dispose of Wang Lingbo in secret, and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks. Wang Yuxiong's expression was also very ugly. That faintly imperceptible look of Wang Su's just now, how could he not tell? making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights. He was not willing even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. Wang Yuxiong's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity, can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity? Where's the sincerity? Pardon this Yi sighs for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity, but this Yi came with the greatest sincerity. Wang Lingbo took action against me back then, he should have today's reckoning, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Wang Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? Wang Yuxiong said solemnly. Chen Yongnian fell silent. His attitude made Wang Yuxiong's and Wang Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Chen Yongnian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word but did not answer. Wang Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord, what do you mean? Chen Yongnian said coolly, what do I mean? Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party, it already overstepped the boundary. The moment old man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred, yeah, everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your Wang family's wrongdoing to begin with, and then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone. It's too much. Old man Lu also said, the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. Wang Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business. Wang Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who was down. You all, shameless. Wang Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited. But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell for him. Now, this situation, everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it. Even the fellow clan member, Wang Su, was also sharpening his knife. Wang Yuxiong was extremely furious too and rebuked, you two old fogies, shut up for me. You all are really shameless to the extreme. Chen Yongnian said coolly, what they said is right too. Wang Lingbo, since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself, or do you want this city lord to take action? Chen Yongnian seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion. Wang Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards Wang Su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains? He knew Wang Su's status. If Wang Su opened his mouth, Chen Yongnian might not be unscrupulous and brazen. Wang Su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent, he already had no need to protect Wang Lingbo anymore. Elder brother, it's not that Wang Su isn't saving you, it's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear, Wang Su said emotionally. Wang Su's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of Wang Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, Wang Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. Humph! Courting death. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. Wang Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, Wang Yuxiong also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chen Yongnian's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, overestimating your own ability. While talking, Chen Yongnian turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm, Wang Yuxiong's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward. In front of Chen Yongnian, Wang Yuxiong was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chen Yongnian turned his palm into a claw once more. Wang Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chen Yongnian just sat still. With a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured. The aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, Wang Yuxiong was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze when looking at Chen Yongnian was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chen Yongnian with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chen Yongnian was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage heaven glimpse. Chen Yongnian killing Wang Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down Wang Yuxiong also had the intention of establishing HI+ing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now, let them take a look that he, this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The young Rui by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city lord manor to fall apart. Now, Wang Lingbo was dead, and Wang Yuxiong severely wounded. The Wang family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable. Truly terrifying. Except, after witnessing Chen Yongnian's means, young Rui no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the Wang family father and son. Clearly, he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefits. Truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profits. Finished doing all these, Chen Yongnian used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, Wang Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order, even death cannot atone for his crime. Tower Lord Yang, Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all. Depend on us. Depend on us what? Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces change. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chen Yongnian's face fell, and he said, the condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their three families. Now, it's time for you to realize your promise. Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly? Chapter 1350, You all, can't dictate anything. Chapter 1350, You all, can't dictate anything. Chahaha, what a joke. Truly laughable. Far away, came Wang Yuxiong's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan? From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight in the nest. Their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side. Wang Su's face was grim as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people, what integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this ye see the faces of you all, this group of people, clearly. Heh. Yi Yuan's words were like the emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around. Good, very good. Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, Then you should have some awareness, right? Chen Yongnian said with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rui suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. What do you all want to do? Chen Yongnian, I'm warning you, Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yang Rui said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath. None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily. Chen Yongnian sneered coldly when he heard that and said, Yang Rui, are you scaring me? This place isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as this city lord doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, if it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him. But he handed the essence cultivating pills pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower now. Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent? Yang Rui's words made Chen Yongnian and the rest greatly shocked. They all thought that right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower was relying on Yi Yuan, and that the essence cultivating pills pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands. But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chen Yongnian also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to kill Yang Rui. Brother Chen, today, this punk has to be killed no matter what. Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the City Lord Manor, what face does our three families and the City Lord Manor still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill city? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death. No body can benefit, WNG said solemnly, right at this time. Chen Yongnian thought about it and felt that what WNG made a lot of sense. Today, this city lord's, face, was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, what you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not Myriad Treasure Tower's turn to come and punish this city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan, today, you're dead for sure. Not just Chen Yongnian, the Lu and Lin two families' old heads also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. Wang Su smiled coldly and said, boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula, everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City, it's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, you guys think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. Humph. Blind, reckless fool. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing Wang Lingbo and wounding Wang Yuxiong, Chen Yongnian did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan, he was really enraged. This opening move was a lightning-quick blow. Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling like a great mountain was plussing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky, plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Wang Yuxiong. Brat, not killing you today, I'm less than human, Wang Yuxian roared. Two great experts teaming up for a pincer attack, even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Gui Yun? It was only to see him flicked his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward Wang Yuxiong. Following which, he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chen Yongnian's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. Wang Yuxiong was seriously injured to being with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Gui Yun's, Wang Yuxiong's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, his figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chen Yongnian this side had a frontal exchange with Gui Yun, boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chen Yongnian's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came, all the way until his body hit a stone pillar, did he barely manage to hold steady. Chen Yongnian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence before purging this frozen feeling. 2-star evil spirit. Chen Yongnian's gaze turned intent, his gaze when looking at Gui Yun was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly, he was not Gui Yun's match. These few years, Gui Yun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Dao 100 runes, he already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chen Yongnian was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Gui Yun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Gui Yun gave a bow toward Yi Yuan respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Gui Yun had this strength. Messing around for a long time, they all, this group of people, were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill, but this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chen Yongnian. He said with a faint smile, "City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now, this Yi is going to leave, I wonder if you still have any objections?" Chapter 1351, Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Chapter 1351, Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Bang! In his rage, Chen Yongnian's one palm smashed the few case files in front of him into fine powder. The humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him today was something that he had never experienced before. "Brother Chen, this Yi Yuan is really too much. You're the exalted city lord, he actually didn't give you any face at all." Wen Jisoo fanned the fire by the side. Truthfully speaking, he also felt an immense threat of death just now. He clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze sweep over toward him, imperceptibly. That look seemingly saw through everything. However, Yi Yuan still did not attack in the end. Maybe he was wary of the Wang family behind him. The Wang family was a second-to-none great family clan in Bright Rays City, the experts in the clan as abundant as clouds. His elder brother, Wang Song, was even Bright Rays City's deputy city lord. Thinking up to here, Wang Jisoo felt proud of himself in his heart. One shouldn't look at how that punk had an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. He was still somewhat apprehensive in the end. Humph. Not avenging this grudge, I, Chen Yongnian, am less than human, Chen Yongnian said with a livid expression. Wang Jisoo had an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back by the side. Chen Yongnian immediately understood and said to the Lu and Lin 2 family heads, "Today's matter, I hope that only the few of us know. I don't wish for it to spread to other people's ears." Lu and Lin, the 2 family heads, were startled and hurriedly said, "City Lord, rest assured. Even if you lend us several galls, we wouldn't dare either." Chen Yongnian waved his hand impatiently. The Lu and Lin 2 family heads hastily took their leave. They knew that Chen Yongnian and Wang Jisoo were probably going to plot to harm Yi Yuan. But they did not have any objections towards this. After all, their faces were also utterly lost today. They originally thought that they could reap a huge deal. They did not expect to almost lose their old lives here. After the four people left, Wang said, "Brother Chen, that punk has a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit guarding. Wanting to kill him in Jewel Hill City probably won't be easy anymore." Although Chen Yongyan had unwillingness in his heart when he heard that, he also knew that what Wang said was the truth. What brilliant ideas do younger brother, you, have? If this boy doesn't die, this Chen will probably be unable to cultivate in peace anymore, Chen Yongyan said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. The corners of Wang mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile and said, "This boy has a great sense of propriety when doing things." He had a good pretext for killing Wang Lingbo and Wang Yuxiong. "We really can't do anything to him." But Wang whispered a few words in Chen Yongyan's ear. Chen Yongyan similarly revealed an odd smile. "Heh, younger brother, you're indeed a resourceful person. It's just that, this way is truly a bit too vicious, right?" Chen Yongyan said. "A small mind makes not a gentleman. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. As long as we can kill this boy, what does this count as?" Wang said without a care. Now, even the Wang family was declining. The Liang family had naturally lost its former glory. These few days, Wang Pianran brought her daughter, Liang Wanrong, back to her parents' home for a distraction. Suddenly, she received a message said on by a servant, saying that the main family Sir Su invited her to make a trip over. Wang Pianran came to the Wang family's main hall without knowing the inside story, but she discovered that inside the main hall was long packed full of people already. Dividing the crowd, Wang Pianran saw a piece of shroud placed on the ground. Below the white cloth, it was uncertain who was dead. Wang Su said on the seat of honor, his expression grim. Wang Pianran was not a dumb person. Her heart thumped, immediately sensing something off. "Sir Su, this. What's going on here?" Wang Pianran could not resist asking. When Wang Su saw her, he slowly stood up and said with a sorrowful look, "Everyone is here. Now, Wang Su has something to tell everybody." Finished talking, he bowed deeply towards everyone and said, "Wang Su is incompetent and failed to protect the family head and elder Yuxiong." While talking, he pulled away the shroud. That frozen corpse of Wang Yuxiong's appeared before everyone's eyes. "Dad!" That shrill voice of Wang Pianran's instantly spread throughout the entire Wang family. "Dad! Why have you gone? Who struck this vicious blow? You tell Pianran. Pianran will definitely wreak vengeance and redress hatred for you." Wang Pianran shrieked and howled, but she was also pouring out her true sentiments. All along, she was a missus, being spoiled by her father and big brother. Now, her backing had collapsed. How could she not be mournful? When the rest of the clan members saw the Wang family's biggest backer died just like this, all of their faces were grief-stricken. "Sir Su, my father was still fine in the morning. Why did he pass us away? Where is my big brother?" After a bout of bitter crying, Wang Pianran pulled Wang Su and asked this question. Wang Su was disgusted with this fat sow, but at this moment, it was inconvenient for him to have a fallout with her. At once, he said mournfully, "Elder brother, he suffered a vicious blow too, his corpse no more." Wang Pianran's entire body trembled, nearly passing out. "Sir Su, who was it? Just who in the world was it? I'm going to kill him." At this time, Wang Pianran's entire person was only left with rage. Wang Su said with a sorrowful face, It was the myriad treasure tower." Wang Pianran's gaze revealed an extremely vicious look as she gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, "Myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan. You all just wait, I'll definitely make you all die a horrible death." Seeing Wang Pianran's fury, a hint of an imperceptible faint smile flashed across Wang Su's face. "Yi Yuan, you offended all of Jewel Hill City's major forces this time." Yang Rui sighed and said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Why? Does Tower Lord blame me for being meddlesome?" Yang Rui was stupefied and scolding laughingly, "You punk, checkmating me, is it? If it's done, it's done. Would I, Yang Rui, be that kind of person who fears to get involved? Today was originally they all going overboard. You doing so was naturally a great satisfaction. It's just that Chen Yongnian and Wang Su are both not people to mess with. I'm afraid that they will be detrimental to you. But Yi Yuan said without care, it's fine if they don't come and provoke me. Come and provoke me again, it wouldn't end carelessly like this today. Yi Yuan's careless killing intent faintly exuded out, giving Yang Rui a shock. He had always thought that Yi Yuan was just an alchemist harmless to man and beast, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan still had such decisiveness in going for the kill side. Furthermore, I already can't stay for much longer in this Jewel Hill city. If they want to find me to take revenge, they also got to be able to find me, Yi Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Yang Rui was first stunned. Following that, his expression changed, and he said, You're leaving? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Jewel Hill City is too small after all. If I want to become strong, I must walk out. Who, Brother Yang rest assured, I believe your Myriad Treasure Tower's high-level alchemy God is already on the way. When I teach him how to refine the essence cultivating pill, there naturally won't need to worry about a situation where the essence cultivating pill lacks continuation. Yang Rui was stunned again and said, High-level alchemy God? Coming to Jewel Hill City? This isn't possible, right? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Do you think that this essence cultivating pill is really what anyone can refine? I reckon that your Myriad Treasure Tower has to send a 3-star alchemy God over at the minimum. Yang Rui drew a cold breath when he heard that. All along, they only cared about selling essence cultivating pills and really did not know how great the refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was. But hearing Yi Yuan say so, it was also overly exaggerating things to raise the alarm, right? Refining a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill needed a 3-star alchemy God to come and learn? Chapter 1352, Wu Meng Academy. Chapter 1352, Wu Meng Academy. Yi Yuan, if you want to become strong, why not officially join the Myriad Treasure Tower? You're also aware, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. He is the wealthiest among all of the Heavenly Emperors. As long as you join the Myriad Treasure Tower, there definitely won't be any issues with cultivation resources, Yang Rui said. Many thanks for Brother Yang's good intentions, but this he already has his own plans. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yang Rui could not help being disappointed. With Yi Yuan's alchemy talent, he was bound to be able to be put in an important position in the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, Yi Yuan had his own plans. He could mobilize the Myriad Treasure Tower's spirit medicines. Firstly, Yang Rui was open-minded. Secondly, it was because what he mobilized were all Tier 1 spirit medicines. Even the Immortal Grove region in the Divine Tao era, Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines were not to say they were everywhere, but at the very least, they were not lacking. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan's pill refinement required in the future, Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower could not afford it. The Myriad Treasure Tower upstairs probably would not give in to his endless demands either. Yi Yuan did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower was a monolithic block. Where there were people, there would be the Jianghu. In the future, if somebody tripped him up, the Myriad Treasure Tower's ident. One Tai would be a burden instead. Just in this Jewel Hill City, didn't Feng Ping appear? Yang Rui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Since younger brother, you're not willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why not go to the Wu Meng Academy? Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. That's right. Wu Meng Academy is Wu Meng Capital City's official academy. Chen Yongnian and Wang Su's elder brother, Wang Song, were from Wu Meng Academy. That place has over half of the young geniuses within Wu Meng Capital City's boundary. Furthermore, there are cultivation methods capable of cultivating to grand completion origin deity, Yang Rui said. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan understood very quickly. Wu Meng Academy was equivalent to Wu Meng Capital City's talent reserves. The various major county city lords probably all came from the Wu Meng Academy. This way, Wu Meng Capital City's control over those counties below would be very secure. As for cultivation methods, Yi Yuan did not really care. He already made up his mind to walk his own path. Ordinary cultivation methods, he naturally held in contempt. Rather, over half of the young geniuses gathered here. This made Yi Yuan very moved. The rise of a powerhouse could not dispense with sparing with other powerhouses. Shutting oneself in a room to make a cart made it difficult to take its place in higher circles. Oh. Then how does one join this Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, Wu Meng Academy recruits a batch of students every 100 years. As long as the martial artist's strength reached Grotto Profound Deity Realm, a skeletal age under 200 years old, they all can join the entrance test. As long as one par S says the test, they will be able to become Wu Meng Academy's outer court disciple. 3 years later, it's just nice the period for Wu Meng Academy to recruit students. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that, there are no less than 1,000 counties under Wu Meng capital city. How many people are going to partake? 1 P8 in the entrance test? Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists could be said to everywhere in the Heavenspan world. Even if one county just produced 100 people, that was 100,000 people too. In reality, even Jewel Hill City, this kind of small city, the Grotto Profound martial artists under 200 years old were far from 100 people too. Let alone those large counties. Yang Rui smiled and said, indeed, each time Wu Meng Academy recruits students, there are no less than 500,000 taking part. However, those able to par SS the first round of AS assessments are only less than 10%. Those able to par SS through all 3 rounds of AS assessments are also merely around 100 people. Among these, the vast majority are all late-stage Grotto Profound martial artists. There is even a small portion, that is Grand Completion Grotto Profound Realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, so difficult. Yang Rui nodded and said, hence, those able to par SS through the test are all geniuses among geniuses. In the past, at its lowest number, it was just over 30 people par S-ing the AS assessment. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan also felt immense pressure. Of course, even more, it was antic. 1 P Asian. Truly, as Yang Rui said, this Wu Meng Academy, he had to go. Without comparing with other geniuses, he would forever not know where his shortcomings lay. Being able to cultivate to late-stage Grotto Profound before 200 years old, even Grand Completion, it could be said that everyone was exceedingly talented. Yi Yuan crushed everyone when at the Immortal Grove world. But in the Heavenspan world, he really did not have this confidence. Yi Yuan's skeletal age was merely over 100 years old. But he cultivated for several hundred years' time in the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE. Just on this aspect, he already lost to many of Wu Meng capital city's young generation. Furthermore, this was even just in the Wu Meng capital city's territory. In the Heavenspan world, capital cities like Wu Meng capital city were goodness knows how many. Among them, there was probably no lack of some heaven-defying to the extreme genius martial artist. Hearing Brother Yang says so, I'm really looking forward to this Wu Meng Academy very much. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed thick fighting intent. Clearly, he was very interested. But Yang Rui smiled and said, younger brother, this brother has a presumptuous request. I hope that you will agree. What is it? Brother Yang, feel free to say. Yi Yuan said. If. I'm saying if you're unable to par SS the test, how about joining our Myriad Treasure Tower, how's that? Yang Rui asked profoundly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed and said, who? It turns out Brother Yang is waiting for me here. Done. This is not an issue. The two people exchanged a glance and started chortling with laughter. Not that Yang Rui was pessimistic about Yi Yuan, but wanting to par SS the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, the difficulty was indeed very high. The two people were currently chatting fervently when suddenly, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower fell into chaos. Coming out to take a look, they discovered that the fat-headed and large-eared Wang Pianran actually came to shout abuses in the streets again, but this time, she and all of the Wang family's people wore mourning dresses and came to hurl abuses. Wang Yuxiong's corpse was placed in front of the Myriad Treasure Tower's front door. It was just that all of them had doleful looks, an expression like their parents died. It indeed made people's countenance change visibly. By the side, quite a number of people were whispering. The Myriad Treasure Tower is also too much. Currently, they already crushed the WNG family until like this, they actually still want to drop a rock down the well, killing WNG Yuseong father and son. Yeah, didn't expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower actually dared to be so brazen. Why doesn't the City Lord Manor come out and manage it? I didn't expect that the once glorious WNG family actually fell into such a plight. WNG Pianran was a venomous woman, the words she cussed were very nasty. All in all, it was splars. Hi plusing dirty water on the Myriad Treasure Tower. When Yang Rui said this scene, he was angered until he was livid with rage. The Myriad Treasure Tower had always cheated neither the old nor the young. But how could they stand such slandering from WANG Pianran? There's really not a good thing among the WANG family's people. This ability to turn black to white is really first-rate. I'll go and chase them away, Yang Rui said furiously. He was just about to move but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Brother Yang, calm your anger. WANG Pianran is merely a puppet. The more you chase them away, the more this matter can't be explained clearly. If they want to scold, just let them scold to their heart's content, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, but at this rate, how will the Myriad Treasure Tower's business still carry on? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Yang rest assured, calculating the time, it should be about time. Chapter 1353, Falling into a Pit of One's Own Digging. Chapter 1353, Falling into a Pit of One's Own Digging. 10,000 miles away from Jewel Hill City, two figures were riding two flying dragon colts, currently speeding in the direction of Bright Ray's city like the wind. Wang Su, it isn't good for you to be like this, right? No matter what, Jewel Hill City's branch family is also a branch of the Wang family, members of the same clan, Wang Shenfeng said. Jewel Hill City's branch family is already crippled. So just treat it as a cripple and make use of it. Not doing so, on what basis do we get the main family to send people over to eliminate that punk? Wang Su said without a care. Wang Shenfeng heaved a sigh and said, but this method is also a bit too vicious. Wang Su said nonchalantly, those who accomplish great things don't bother with trifles. How can someone with the benevolence of a woman make it in the world of martial artists? Enough talk, better hurry on the way. Wang Shenfeng gave him a glance but did not say any more. The two people were currently plusing on with their journey when suddenly, a gust of sinister wind howled past. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. There was actually an additional figure ahead. Wang Su's pupils constricted, his expression changed drastically as he said stammeringly, Why would you show up here? That profile ahead was none other than precisely Gui Yun. Gui Yun said coolly, Master ordered me to follow you all. As long as you all leave Jewel Hill City, I'll stop you guys. Now, follow me back. Wang Su's face was ashen pale, a look of despair. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so cautious, sending this evil spirit over to follow them. Yang Rui, Yi Yuan, if you all don't give me an explanation today, it's not over between us. If you have the capability, kill me, Wang Pianran. Either way, you guys have already killed my big brother and my father. I want to see who else will buy your Myriad Treasure Towers things in the future. Wang Pianran shrieked at the top of her voice, drawing more and more people over. Seeing this scene, Yang Rui became more anxious. At this rate, the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation would be utterly ruined. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Brother Yang, hold your horses. Since they are taking the road to ruin themselves, that's also up to them. Yang Rui said in puzzlement, Do you know some things? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Don't know, merely just took some extra precaution. Fighting with this bunch of despicable villains, how can one not pay a little more attention? With Yi Yuan saying so, Yang Rui did not have confidence in his heart anymore. Right then, a gust of yin wind suddenly howled at the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everyone all could not resist shuddering. Thud. Two figures were thrown into the crowd by no idea whom, falling heavily onto the ground. Yi Yuan looked at the Wang Su struggling to get up and said with a faint smile, Wang Su, didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon. But isn't it somewhat unfair for you to leave without bidding farewell? At this time, Wang Su and Wang Shenfeng, the two people's divine essence, they were sealed by Gui Yun. They could not even kill people even if they wanted to. Seeing Yi Yuan, Wang Su's expression became incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan, what do you mean? It's not enough that you killed Jewel Hill City's Wang family's Wang Yuxiong father and son, now, you even want to provoke our Bright Ray City's main family, Wang Su said with a cold snort. Being framed by Wang Su, Yi Yuan was not worried either, saying with a faint smile, if people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely won't spare them. It was you all who provoked me time and again, so how did it become me provoking you all? Heh, this ability to confound black and white, you guys are truly invincible under the heavens. Seeing that look of Yi Yuan that saw through everything, Wang Su's heart involuntarily felt somewhat nervous. But upon thinking of his ident one Tai, he calmed down a little again. With the Wang family's strength, what did a mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit count as? If he dared to touch him, he was dead for sure. His thought arriving here, Wang Su involuntarily plucked up his courage again. Heh, confounding black and white. You guys don't dare to admit it after doing it. Wang Yuxiong's corpse is placed here. Could it be that you dare say that he wasn't killed by you? Wang Su said with a cold smile. That's right, Wang Yuxiong was indeed killed by me. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly. Wang Su was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright and had long thought of his choice of words already. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually admitted it very shamelessly. This made the words that he thought of become useless all at once. Not just Wang Su, everyone present was in an uproar. They did not think that the Myriad Treasure Tower really used shady means and killed the Wang family's head elder, Wang Yuxiong. Since you admitted it, then everything can naturally be discussed. I want to see how you'll give an account to the Wang family, how you explain to Jewel Hill City's martial artists, Wang Su said with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, explain? Explain what? Want to give an account? It's also you who gives it. What happened in the City Lord Manor, you're aware of it yourself, Wang Su said with a cold smile. Of course I'm aware. You plotted with Yang Rui, killing the Wang family father and son with a venomous scheme. Does this matter still need to be explained? The Myriad Treasure Tower is so insidious and vicious. Everyone, make sure not to buy things here anymore in the future, otherwise, you might die without even knowing how you died. Wang Su fanned the fire there, immediately obtaining many onlookers' response. After all, Yi Yuan himself admitted it, this matter was equivalent to being set in stone. Yi Yuan, I'll fight it out with you. You caused my family to be ruined, its members dead. Even if I die today, I'll drag you to be buried in death too. By the side, Wang Pianran already could not hold back long ago, finally erupting, pouncing toward Yi Yuan with a body full of excessive flesh. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her, kicking a foot over, sending the body of fatty flesh flying out. Such a tyrannical Yi Yuan made everyone give a sidelong glance even more. For a moment, the Myriad Treasure Tower's image fell to rock bottom in everyone's mind. Seeing this kind of situation, Wang Su was incomparably thrilled in his heart. What he wanted was this effect. Yi Yuan looked at Wang family with a smile that was not a smile, walked over towards him, and said while walking, "Are you secretly taking delight in your heart? Do you feel that with the Wang family as backing, I won't dare to do anything to you? Do you think that I need to borrow your mouth to explain anything to everyone?" Wang Su had Guseb. UMP's breakout being stared at by Yi Yuan's gaze, his figure involuntarily falling back. You. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, my big brother is Bright Ray's City's deputy city lord. You, this Bu Empkin, definitely don't know how powerful the Wang family's strength is. You. If you dare to touch me, you'll die without a burial ground, Wang Su said as his face turned pale while backing away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Wang Su, I really pity you. You think that you're smart, thinking that everyone fears the Wang family's strength. Very sorry, I don't care. Since you aren't willing to say the truth, then there's no need to say it anymore either. While talking, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked, destroying all of Wang Su's vitality with one palm. Wang Su did not even get to scream and died until he could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan was simply a murderous demon king in their eyes. Killing people with a word of disagreement. The young Rui by the side was also startled inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so decisive in going for the kill, and actually really killed Wang Su. With this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. You dared to kill Wang Su. Wang Shenfeng was also stunned by this scene. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan was such a lunatic without any sense of judgment, to really dare to make a move and kill people. Yi Yuan looked at him, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Now, it's your turn, are you saying it or not? It's fine if you don't say anything. I can go and get the Lu family and Lin family, those two old fellows, here to tell it." Chapter 1354, Utterly Devoid of Conscience. Chapter 1354, Utterly Devoid of Conscience. Bean-sized sweat beads seeped out on Wang Xuanfeng's forehead. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words in the slightest. Originally, their understanding of Yi Yuan was an alchemist harmless to men and beasts. Now, that gentle image of Yi Yuan's had long collapsed with a loud bang already. A smile of his currently gave people a feeling of terror. Everyone knew the terror of Bright Rays City's Wang family, but Yi Yuan killed Wang Su without the slightest hesitation. This guy was too crazy. I'll say, Wang Shenfeng could not withstand Yi Yuan's oppression, finally loosening his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Remember to swear a heavenly Dao oath." Wang Shenfeng nodded his head helplessly, the last trace of hope leaving with it too. Swearing a heavenly Dao oath, Wang Shenfeng said everything that happened in the City Lord Manor, making everyone fear-stricken. The reality was totally opposite of what Wang Su said. The City Lord Manor allied with the three great families to coerce the Myriad Treasure Tower and sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, simply shameless to the extreme. It was just that they did not expect Yi Yuan actually had such strength and did not fear their coercion at all. Only at this time did people know why Yi Yuan was so calm and collected. Not doing things that went against one's conscience, one did not fear ghosts knocking at the door. The Wang family courting death themselves, so how could others be blamed? Moreover, the Wang family even sent 3 great elders to hunt Yi Yuan down previously. This enmity was long sowed already. Yi Yuan taking revenge was perfectly justified. Nobody dared to say anything. Rather, when that Wang Pianran heard finish these, her entire person stood transfixed there. She completely did not dare to believe that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Disregarding that Wang Su joined hands with Chen Yongnian to kill her father, they even wanted to instigate her group of people to come and frame the Myriad Treasure Tower. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Wang Shenfeng, "Is that all? Wang Pianran, this fat woman, coming here, it's probably not just splars. Plussing dirty water so simple, right?" Wang Xuanfeng's entire body trembled. He deliberately left a segment unsaid just now, out of fear of inciting public wrath. The heavenly Dao oath he swore was also very clever, only saying that events that happened at the City Lord Manor on that day. He even thought that he could hide from Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually detected it keenly. And no more. The stammering Wang Shenfeng immediately aroused everybody's suspicions. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Really no more? Since there's no more, then you have no value in being alive anymore as well. I'll send you on your way here." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, staring at Wang Shenfeng sternly. Wang Shenfeng trembled, and he said stammeringly, Still have. Wang Su and Chen Yongnian came to an agreement to send people to exterminate the entire Wang family tonight, then count this score on Yi Yuan's head. This way, Bright Rays City's main family will have sufficient excuse to send a punitive expedition and forcefully kill Yi Yuan. W and Ji Xuanfeng's words were even more bone-piercingly cold than that gust of yin wind Gui Yun brought just now. This W and Ji Su was simply utterly devoid of conscience, to actually want to exterminate his branch family. It was not too much for this kind of person to die 100 times. When Yi Yuan killed people just now, they still felt that Yi Yuan killed people without batting an eyelid. Looking at it now, well done. Liberating. WNG Pianran was quivering at one side, afraid, but even more so, it was anger. Not only did this WNG Su deceive them and make use of them, he even wanted to exterminate every last one of them. Her father requesting help from their main family was simply inviting a wolf into the house. WNG Su's actions made her have a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. I said all that I know, so you can let me go, WNG Shenfeng asked weakly. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, since you've restored my innocence, you can naturally go. WNG Shenfeng felt akin to being granted amnesty and was just about to leave, but had the exit blocked by the WNG family's people. The WANG family's people all wore mourning attires, glaring at WANG Shenfeng. The WANG family's people were long burning with rage already. They were sold by WANG Su and even had to help him count the money. This feeling of being cheated, this sense of humiliation, already made them lose their reason. Unfortunately, WANG Shenfeng had his divine sea sealed currently, unable to utilize divine essence at all. WANG Xuanfeng's expression changed, falling back several steps, but discovered that the path to the rear was already blocked by people. What are you guys trying to do? Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. All of this was done by WANG Su, it had nothing to do with me. If you all let me leave, I'll tell the main family and let them come and assist you, WNG Shenfeng said with a fearful look. Humph. Let you leave, then bring a group of people to come and eradicate our Jewel Hill City's branch family? Even if this thing was done by WNG Su, you're an insider. You didn't stop him from doing so as well. It's tantamount to acquiescence. You're a member of WANG family too. Pares sively watching members of the same clan killing each other, your conscience is eaten by dogs. The WANG family's people were all furious to the extreme, hi. Plussing to swallow WANG Shenfeng whole. WANG Shenfeng was a lamb awaiting slaughter at this time. He shouted to Yi Yuan in despair, Yi Yuan, I already said everything I know. You promised to let me go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already let you go. Right now, it's the WANG family not letting you go. It has nothing to do with me. WANG Shenfeng howled in despair. Yi Yuan, you're despicable. Yi Yuan said coolly, compared to you all, this bit of so-called despicable is really child's play. Alright, today's farce is over. Everybody, all scatter. Just as the WANG family's people said, even if WANG Shenfeng did not take part in the planning, he was an insider at the very least. He could completely stop WANG Su, but he did not. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience person, Yi Yuan did not plan on letting him go at all. Finally, the WANG family's people directly hauled WANG Shenfeng away. When they left, they even did not forget to bring along WANG Su's corpse. As for how to deal with WANG Shenfeng in the end, that was the WANG family's business. Presumably, he did not have any good ending too. It was night, a series of heart-wrenching cries came from the WANG family's manor, lasting a whole night before ceasing. The second day, quite a number of people circled around the WANG family's manor curiously but discovered that the WANG family's front door was wide open, inside long devoid of people already. The bold ones entered to take a look and directly vomited out stomach acid. WANG Xuanfeng's death state need not be said, even WANG Su, this dead person, was also rendered without a human form. The WANG family's members' wrath could be imagined. But what made people surprised was that the WNG family seemed to have disappeared into thin air, thoroughly Vonnies. Hi plussing from Jewel Hill City. Yi Yuan, you were too reckless. You killed WANG Su, buried WANG Shenfeng alive. Bright Rays City's WANG family definitely won't let this matter go. I heard that WANG song isn't to be trifled with, Yang Rui said to Yi Yuan in earnest. But Yi Yuan said without a care, the grudge is long sowed already. You saw it too. Even if I don't kill him, he won't let me go either. This kind of person will never know to be grateful. Yang Rui sighed and said, makes sense. But this time, the WANG family is considered to have thoroughly stumbled. Really didn't expect that they actually had such courage, mobilizing the entire clan. It's just, I can't figure it out, the WANG family's formidable people are all dead. Who presided over this exodus, leaving the city? One has to know that they did not even startle the city Lord Manor. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, it's probably that fat woman. Yang Rui said in surprise, WANG Pianran? How is that possible? Who? People will grow up. That woman isn't stupid. In the past, there were WANG Yuxiong and WANG Lingbo protecting her. She could act arbitrarily and recklessly. But yesterday, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower's door, I noticed that the expression in her eyes changed. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 1355, WANG Song arrives. Chapter 1355, WANG Song arrives. Bang! The teacup in WANG Song's hands was directly crushed into fine powder by him. Yi Yuan. Good. Very good. There's actually really someone who dares to climb on top of my head. I'll let you know what's called blood debts will be paid in blood. WANG Song gnashed his teeth in hatred, his two eyes virtually spitting fire. If rage could kill, the Yi Yuan 10,000 miles away would have long been burned to death by him countless already. He had just received intel from Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor that his younger brother, WANG Su, and the WANG family's two-star alchemist, WANG Shenfeng, both died at the hands of a boy called Yi Yuan at Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower. This news made WANG Song tremble with rage. WANG Song was much older than WANG Su. To him, it could be said to be like a brother and father. The two brothers had very deep feelings. Over 30 years ago, the family received Jewel Hill City's WANG family's request for help. It was even him who suggested to the family to let WANG Su bring WANG Shenfeng over to assist. This kind of small matter, he felt that letting WANG Su go and temper himself, it was to take over the position of family head in the future. He did not expect that it claimed his brother's little life. As for him, his ambition did not lie in Bright Rays City. A tiny little WANG family could not trap him, this dragon hiding in deep waters. Come, men, WANG Song roared furiously. My lord. A manservant entered and answered carefully. Prepared a flying dragon divine colt for me, right now. Immediately. At once. The manservant's expression changed, and he repeatedly voiced his assent. The flying dragon divine colt was a divine beast, its speed several dozen times faster than the flying dragon colt, incomparably precious. Even in the entire Bright Rays City, there were only less than 5. 3 of them belonged to the City Lord Manor. WANG Song asked for the flying dragon divine colt straight away. It could be seen how furious he was at this moment. Before long, a person and a mount galloped, akin to a sharp sword, Russ. Plussing out of Bright Rays City. After the WANG family disappeared from Jewel Hill City entered a strangely peaceful period. City Lord Manor was abnormally low-key until it was as if it did not exist. Regarding the matter of WANG Su being killed, they did not even let out a fart. Of course, they did not have the face to let it out either. As for Yi Yuan, he entered a state of closed seclusion once more. Inside the world-suppressing stele, Yi Yuan was currently salting late-stage grotto profound in full force. In a blink, it was half a year's time. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that this was not an easy matter. The essence-cultivating pills were not enough for him to consume at all. The essence-cultivating pills consumed by his cultivation alone could virtually be put on par with the essence-cultivating pills sold by the Myriad Treasure Tower. The spirit medicines to refine the essence-cultivating pill were naturally much more expensive than the divine essence pill. Even if backed by the Myriad Treasure Tower, this kind of major faction, it was also not possible to supply Yi Yuan's limitless consumption. In desperation, Yi Yuan could only rely on absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate. It was just that this way, the progress was undoubtedly much slower. Just what kind of cultivation method did I create? This is simply a bottomless hole. No matter how many divine essence stones, it also can't afford this kind of expenditure. After cultivating, Yi Yuan said to Dustless with a bitter smile. Dustless was long numb already and said coolly, "Stop showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Once this cultivation method of yours circulates out, the entire heavenspan world is bound to be shocked. It can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter. Right now, even if you absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate, the speed is also 10 times faster than others." Yi Yuan said, "Although it's like that, this consumption is truly too costly as well. It looks like the majority of my effort in the future will still have to be placed on earning divine essence stones." Dustless nodded and said, "That's true. As long as there are sufficient resources, your cultivation speed is simply outrageous to hear. The things that other people use 1,000 years to be able to accomplish, you only need 100 years, and it's enough." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Looks like you have to go to Wu Meng capital city as soon as possible. Jewel Hill City is too small. Even if one has divine essence stones, they can't buy so many resources either." Dustless also said, It's time to leave. However, that Liang family's little lane SS, how do you plan on handling this?" Yi Yuan froze, thought about it, and said, "Bring along then. I've offended all of Jewel Hill City's major factions. I can't rest easy leaving her behind here. With Chen Yongyan's personality, he might vent the anger on her." Dustless said, May as well. That Lane SS looks are pretty good. If you like, taking her in works too. Us cultivators, what does a few more Dao companions count as?" Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, "Not saving Lingxue, this ye won't marry for life. Senior, don't say this kind of words anymore." But Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile, "Then if come one day, you really bring that girl back?" Yi Yuan could not help choking when he heard that, falling silent. This question, he had never considered it before. Perhaps, he was unwilling to consider. Boom. Myriad Treasure Tower's front door was blasted by someone with one punch. "Have Yi Yuan scram outside for this city lord. Otherwise, Wang Song, will tear this Myriad Treasure Tower down today." Half a year already Par said, Wang Song finally rushed to the Myriad Treasure Tower. His actions immediately drew countless people to surround and watch. Wang Song's aura billowed to the sky, the strength of late-stage heaven glimpse erupting without a doubt. He was so simple and crude. He did not need any reason at all. He was here to kill people. Blood for blood. Who is this person? What powerful strength. Yeah, this person is late-stage heaven glimpse realm, even stronger than City Lord, His Excellency. When did the Myriad Treasure Tower provoke such a powerful existence again? Ah, I remember. Wang Song, isn't he that Wang Su's elder brother? He's here to take revenge. Wang Song did not hide anything. Very soon, someone guessed his ident. One Tai and was extremely shocked. Bright Rays City's deputy city lord actually rushed straight to Jewel Hill City. Bright Rays City and Jewel Hill City were extremely far away. Even riding a flying dragon colt, one trip also needed 2 to 3 years' time. Now, just half a year Par said, Wang Song actually rushed over already. Wang Song stirring up such a huge commotion, it naturally alarmed the Myriad Treasure Tower's people. Very soon, Yang Rui appeared. His brows furrowed and he said solemnly, Wang Song, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you think my Myriad Treasure Tower is easy to bully? Wang Song said coolly, the Myriad Treasure Tower isn't easy to bully, but Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is very easy to bully. You're Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord, right? Hand over Yi Yuan. Otherwise, this Wang will demolish your lousy tower today. Wang Song's aura was threatening, not putting Yang Rui in his sights at all. Yang Rui's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Yang Rui was livid with rage and said grimly, "If I don't hand over the person." WNG Song's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed past. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Yang Rui did not expect Wang Song to attack at once. Caught unprepared, he only felt a surge of power that toppled mountains and overturned the seas crush over towards him. Bang! Virtually without the least bit of strength to retaliate, Yang Rui was smashed flying. Wang Song was brother Imang with killing intent as he said solemnly, "This palm is considered a lesson. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. In front of me, you're no different from an ant. Even if I really kill you, what can the Myriad Treasure Tower do to me?" Wang Song was incomparably overbearing, not putting the Myriad Treasure Tower in his eyes at all. Indeed, with his ident. One tie, he did not need to fear the Myriad Treasure Tower at all.